Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 5 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 5-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
You here yet? Awesome. We're ready here right at the top of the hour. We got a couple matches, getting things started, and then we'll be just rolling from there. So Thank you.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, this is Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling. Brought to you by University of Iowa Healthcare. Changing medicine, changing lives. Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. Also brought to you by Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. And by Oak Knoll, a not-for-profit life-playing community serving the Iowa City community for 59 years. Welcome to Hawkeye Wrestling.
Good Saturday morning. Welcome into Extreme Arena in Coralville for the 2026 Soldier Salute. Stephen Grace, Mark Ironside, as we've got 6 mats and wrestling action getting underway already. We've got a couple of Hawkeyes out on the mats. Right now on mat number 3, Joey Cruz is taking on Joe Calvin of Bellarmine. And down on mat number 6, Cruz and Hernandez is taking on Carson Dupil of South Dakota State. Mats 1, 3, and 5 on the far side of the arena from left to right. Mats 2, 4, and 6 on the near side as we work our way through. Mark, how are you?
Well, might as well get that all the way. Happy New Year!
There you go.
Welcome to 2026.
I almost said 25 when I had my little intro there, but
I was, it's always writing up orders at work and stuff on a daily basis, and I was in there yesterday writing up orders, and I was impressed. I was proud of myself that I never messed up one single time. Got the 26 on there.
There you go.
Who's this kid from Nebraska on 1?
Mat number 1, that is Abdi Oolles, taking on Kyson Tarakina, former Iowa State wrestler, now down at North Carolina. There's Joey Cruz in on a shot over on mat number 3. Head to the inside, trying to elevate it. Gets it up high, reaching across. Almost trips him down. Now reaches across, trips again. Good job by Calvin of Bellarmine, showing some flexibility. Cruz now climbs up. He's around the waist, but they're still on their feet right on the edge of the mat. Joey trying to pull him back in, see if he can pick him up. Unable to elevate him all the way. Now a wizard thrown in. They roll through out of bounds. No points scored. Hernandez, no score. About a minute to go down there on mat number 6. In the first period, minute to go for Cruz on mat number 3. Actually, only mat right now that has a score is down on mat number 5. That's Beisel of Minnesota trailing Graff of South Dakota State. Take that back, mat number 4. Cameron Stinson of North Carolina leads Austin Blanchard of North Dakota State as well. They're looking down at my notes, didn't see, but Joey Cruz gets taken down.
How do we do against this kid from? We wrestle this kid from Bellarmine? In the duel?
I don't think so. Let's see if I can find it real quick.
We're
Cruz
not in a
quick
very
up
good
to his
position
feet.
to see these boards.
Yeah.
Got to either break my neck, turn left, and I can't see far enough, and the flags are in the way of the other end.
No, he did not. It was Damian Ryan that wrestled. It's Cruz, after he gets his escape, into a front headlock, trying to work with short time here. Down 3-1, 10 seconds to go, first period. Hernandez, final seconds tick away. He's going to be scoreless at the end of the first period. Hawkeye Wrestling brought to you all season long by Hy-Vee, the official grocery partner of Iowa Hawkeyes Wrestling. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. Cruz's choice, he'll start down to begin period number 2. Dupil for South Dakota State will start down against Cruz and Hernandez down on mat number 6. Beginning of the second period. Tarakina with the takedown. He leads 3-0. Final seconds of the first period. Second period escape for Harrison of Wyoming, as Cruz has got a cradle against him right now. Tried turning back in, and
yeah,
Calvin's got that cradle, and he's got him up over. Getting near falls.
He's in big trouble here.
Pops the hips, able to roll back, trying to break that grip. Gave up the 4 count at least.
Well,
there he does break the cradle.
Good job. That shows a lot about Joey Cruz coming out of that right there, because that was tight, and he broke the grip up to his feet. Now he's diving in on a shot. No setup for that shot at all whatsoever, but he's getting right back after it, so that's good to see.
7-2, he trails with 1:10 to go in the second period. Hernandez down 1-0 on mat number 6. Sear Bailey will be coming up on mat number 4. I believe he's on deck there. There's Cruz in on a shot. Down on that ankle. Elevates to the knee now. And trips him down. No, he didn't secure that far leg.
No, he did not get it. Got 35 seconds to go here in this period.
Calvin jumps over the top so he can square back up.
This is a must. We got to finish the shot here in this period.
Calvin reaching back, just grabbing on basically with his fingertips to our triceps area. Joey looked to go up over the head, looking for a cradle, not there. 10 seconds left. Hernandez trails 1-0 as we go to the third. Cruz will run out of time.
Dang, he needed that. Need to finish that.
So he's down 7-2 as we go to
he was in on that leg for 40 seconds.
Yeah.
And deep, like in the air, everything. Like just that's a must. You got to have that. Especially when you're losing 7-2.
Right. 7-5 would look a lot better, especially when Calvin starts down to begin the third period. Cruz and Hernandez with a quick escape. So that one's tied up at 1 with 1.5 to go. Cruz, intentional releasing. Cruz bumped up and wrestled at 133 down at Hannibal a few weeks ago. It's a shot by Cruz, another head to the inside, trying to cut that corner. This time he steps over the ankle, but nothing there. Now tries going up over the head. On the edge, trying to pull him back in, drops back down to the knee. Reaching across, finally trips him down and secures the 3. So that should make it, should be 8-5, I believe. Now they're continuing to run the clock as well. Not sure what they got going on there. Now they're putting time back on. 20 seconds left in regulation. Cruz and Hernandez, no score. There he does a good job from a front headlock. Snaps, gets to a leg, trying to climb up over. Gets the 3 takedown with 10 seconds left. So Hernandez looks like he's going to get the win and move on.
Atta boy.
So Hernandez will be taking on Sefton Douglas of Wyoming. Back to action over here on mat number 3. As it looks like Nasir Bailey about ready to come out on mat number 4.
Yep.
Cruz on mat 3. Intentional release. Makes it 9-5 now. He trails. Bailey taking on Easton Hillian of Missouri.
He's not their starter,
Hilton.
right?
Yeah, no, he's not. Went through, had all my notes all put together, all highlighted and everything, and then there was guys that didn't make weight or guys that didn't show up, so they had to redraw the brackets in certain spots. So I told Riley it was her fault that she didn't highlight the proper way for me. There's a stall warning. Cruz, 30 seconds left, down by 4.
Nice
does have
snap
riding
right there,
time
but look,
against him.
He snapped him all the way down the knees and then just stands there and looks at him.
15 seconds left. And it looks like he's just going to run out of time.
Yeah, that cradle killed him. That's the difference. And
so he will lose. He will drop down to the backside. And there's Nasir Bailey coming out over on mat number 4 now. University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you no matter where you are in the state, changing medicine and changing lives for all of Iowa and beyond. Visit uihealthcare.org. Bailey again taking on Easton Hilton of Missouri. These guys I don't believe had wrestled before. Don't see it on here, so see if Nasir can get his offense going consistently. I mean, we saw, what was it, 11-0 in the first period. He got a takedown, got some tilts, and then held on for the 12-1 major decision. Nice reshot right there, gets to the leg, but comes up over the waist instead of staying on that leg.
Exactly, Steven, stay in on the leg. What was he doing there?
Stepped over the ankle with the whizzer thrown in against him.
I don't know why we came up off that leg.
Now he tries squaring up and almost giving up a double leg. He's trying to hip in. Inside triple look there by Hilton. Now he comes up over the head on Bailey. Slide out of bounds. No points. Head back to the center halfway through the first period.
Matt 6 looks like it's a kid from UNI, but the board is saying...
that's Connor Thorpe right now against Logan Swenson of South Dakota State.
Oh, yeah. I must have been looking at On Deck or something.
Back to the neutral position here. Nasir Bailey for the Hawkeyes. Easton Hilton for Missouri. Slide by attempt there by Bailey. Roll through attempt by Hilton, but Bailey does a good job. Let's go. Stuffs the hips, gets back around behind, and covers for the 3. Now he's going to work from this top position. Forward pressure right there. Not a whole lot from bottom guy. Now he's up into a sit-out. Bailey trying to see if he can get that 2-on-1, and Hilton, is waiting for that. So now he keeps the elbows in, clears out, gets the escape. 30 seconds left, first period, 3-1 lead for Bailey.
Let's go get another one this period, Bailey.
Changed levels right there, but he's moving lateral. Hand on the forehead. Period will come to an end. 3-1 is the lead for Bailey.
No attempt to score once he got up to his feet. Mat number 2, who do we got here? This is Riccardi. He's pretty good from Navy, right?
Yeah.
Isn't he pretty good?
Taking on Jace Roller of Missouri. Bailey's choice, he'll start down to begin period number 2. He gets set, works up to his feet, gets pulled back down. Reaching back, grabbing a leg. Trying to peel that out. Trying to get back into that sit out as Hilton threw that leg in right away. Leaning off to our right side. Now they're going to stalemate it.
This is where
fresh start.
Bailey struggles with some. His bottom position.
Restart, get set. Caution, starting early on top guy. Didn't cover properly.
So the reason we're waiting on that one, Big Ten Network has a bug, a little score bug. It puts the overlay on the screen for people watching at home. So they can
Bailey gets reset. This time gets up to his feet right off the whistle.
We're trying to get that score bug fixed.
But gets returned right away.
So that's what we're holding on that one. But when that's ready to go, it will be
trying to scoot those hips out.
And Sebastian DeGennaro of Oklahoma on that one. On that two, Keith
Just announced they've got issue with the score bug for BTN Plus on mat number 1. So that mat's in a holding pattern right now. Here's Bailey approaching a minute to go in the second period. Still in the down position, leading 3-1. There he's finally able to explode back, grab a leg. Hilton, though, showing some flexibility, continuing to reach back, grab. Bailey, though, pops that ankle up, now circles around. He's into that single leg attempt. Still giving up riding time. Now he just lets go of the leg. Gets the escape. 4-1, 35 seconds to go, second period. Jace Rhodes making his way out on mat number 6. Another Iowa-Missouri matchup, this one against Owen Oolles. So that's why I bring Jess and Riley along. Riley just like, oh, hey, by the way. As I look down, he is trailing 3-1 right now. Bailey with 10 seconds left. Has an underhook against him, right on the edge. Now he circles back towards the middle, clears out of that. 4-1 will be the lead.
Should have brought my binos, Steven.
I know. It's hard to see those scoreboards down the end.
I thought Josh told me yesterday when we were here we were going to be in that middle section. So I was like, oh, we'll be right in the middle. I won't need my binos. And then now we're way down on this end, and I can't see all the way down there.
I don't know why he told you that, because they told me right away we'd be up here where we were last year.
He told me yesterday we were going to be right there. And I knew this is where we were last year, so
yeah.
I even said, okay, good, we can be back to where we originally were, because that's where we were the first year. And so I didn't even think about bringing them. And
Bailey.
I drove the Jeep today instead of the truck, and if I drove the truck, I'd have them in there.
Bailey riding here to begin the third period, leading 4-1. He's got the riding time down under a minute. There's the escape by Hilton, and Bailey relaxed right on the edge. And then allowed Hilton to dive in, but they go out of bounds the rest of the way. Fresh start from the center. 4-2 is the lead for Bailey. A minute and a half to go. .20 seconds to go. First period down on mat 6. Rhodes trailing 3-1. Riccardi gets the fall down here on mat number 2 for Navy. First period comes to an end with a 3-1 lead for Owen Oolles. Cale Peterson waiting on deck on mat number 4 where Bailey's wrestling.
Watson and Eller of North Dakota State. On mat 2, Scott Robertson of Nebraska. And
Down there, Rhodes on mat number 3 starts down. He's got a leg in against him. Working up to his feet, though. Stall warning on Bailey on mat 4. Another shot from a ways away by Hilton. They go out of bounds. Escape down there for Jace Rhodes, so he trails 3-2.
Bailey up 4-2. 15 seconds to go here. Third period. That's the match, right?
Yeah.
Now he gets
a re-shot. Yep. Still didn't. That looked like an easy go behind and just didn't secure the hips and allowed Hilton to scramble. 4-2 will be the final score. Victory for Bailey.
is proud to be your 2026 Soldier Salute merchandise vendor.
Bailey will be taking on David Sines of Wyoming in the next round. Rhodes, 40 seconds to go, second period, trailing 3-2. Cale Peterson coming out on mat number 4. Peterson taking on Tyson Peach of South Dakota State. Rhodes picking up his hand, fighting a little bit down there on mat 6.
Is this 33 or 41?
41.
Cale Peterson up to 41?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Iowa City and Cedar Rapids. Choose the team the Iowa Hawkeyes choose for sports injury prevention and care. University of Iowa Sports Medicine.
A special thank you to the Iowa Army National Guard for their support of this event. Are you looking to better
Peterson,
yourself?
4th and 2nd his first 2 years in this tournament.
Please see the recruiters located at the booth behind section 108 and 109 for more information.
Rhodes trailing 3-2 down on mat number 6.
Who did Peterson wrestle in the finals last year?
Drake.
Well, yeah, it was Drake.
Quick escape for Oolles down there from Missouri on mat 6, so he leads 4-2. Riding time not a factor in that one. Peterson just getting underway on mat number 4, taking on Peach. Jace Rhodes coming across with an underhook down there. Minute 15 to go. He's got taken down in the first period. Then a couple of escapes each way. So he's down by 2. The minute to go in regulation. Minute gone by, first period, no score for Peterson on mat number 4.
Of Iowa. On mat 5, Max Brady of Northern Iowa and Sam Sutton of Tarleton State.
Rhodes hits a double leg right on the edge, tries cutting off, but they circle out of bounds, no points.
Who is that in the corner from Missouri? Is that Bradley?
Yes, I believe so.
Dominic? Is it
Yeah, Dom Bradley.
Dom Bradley.
And then is Maple still down there?
Yeah, I think that's
Kendrick Maple.
Kendrick Maple, yeah. That had to hurt for them losing Rocky Elam. Veteran on their team, been there forever.
Yeah.
Transfer portal bit Missouri there. I think Missouri lost a really good recruit, too, here just recently to Ohio State as well. Like one of the #1 recruits in the country. Cale Peterson in on a shot. Nice shot here. Can he finish this?
Gets him draped up over.
See where he gets our ankles? This happens all the time, Steven.
Yeah.
Where we're in a great position, and then they get our ankles, and now they got our ankles, we got their ankle, and it's just like, need to protect your legs when you come up and pivot and turn.
Rhodes cannot get a takedown, so he loses by a score of 4-2 to drop to the backside. Peterson looks like he's in trouble after he was in deep on that shot.
It was a great shot, too. Non-tie, head of the inside single, came up right away.
Now he's draped over the back. Short time in this period. And it will be scoreless. Stop by to see what everyone's talking about at Watermill Kitchen and Bar, voted the 2025 Best New Restaurant by the Corridor Business Journal. This modern Midwestern restaurant, located in the heart of the Iowa River Landing, features chef-inspired takes on all your favorite dishes with amazing daily specials, unique cocktails, and monthly events. Peterson starts down to begin period number 2. Other matches going on. Mat number 1, Johnson of Minnesota, 3-0 lead over Long of Bellarmine. Mat number 2, Robertson of Nebraska, 5-2 lead over Williams of North Dakota State. Mat number 3, Dunham of VMI, a 6-0 lead over Lawson Eller of North Dakota State. Mat number 5, Max Brady of UNI has a 7-0 lead over Sam Sutton of Tarleton State. And waiting for a new match down on mat number 6. Peterson leg in against him as he starts down to begin the second period. 30 seconds gone by.
0-0. No score at the first period. Nobody did get a takedown there. Parker Keckeisen in the house. That's cool to see.
He's down coaching some of the UNI guys. I saw that.
I believe UNI wrestles tonight, right? I think.
They've got a duel this weekend.
Against Nebraska. At Nebraska.
Is it tonight or tomorrow, I wonder? Can't remember.
I was thinking it was tonight. Parker Keckeisen just had a big win, a tech fall over
is it Valencia?
Valencia, yes, thank you. Our world champion at that RAF thing or whatever. I don't think Valencia's probably taken great care of himself and done a whole lot since the World Championships and wasn't really up to par. But
great job over there by Peterson as Peach tried to get that leg in. He just exploded, threw those hips out, and turned back into him and gets the 2-point reversal. So a 2-0 lead now for Peterson on mat number 4.
See how long we can ride here.
Williams on deck on mat number 3. There's Peterson, got a 1 count, got a 2 count. Just a cheap tilt right there. Now he's got his hips too far. Got a 3 count, but he's about ready to get reversed again. So that'll make it 5-2 with 10 seconds left. And he just kind of horsed that mark. Got the near falls, but got his hips a little too high and gave up the reversal. So he'll take a 3-point lead into the third period. Nebraska gets a win on mat number 2. That's Robertson.
I think that name sounds familiar. Like he's done well here in this tournament before. I kind of like these guys that we don't know that when they got their names on the back of their singles like Nebraska does. I like that. Same thing when I watch football. I wish all football teams had the names on the back of their jerseys when you're watching on TV.
Peach of South Dakota State starts down to begin the third period. Peterson for the Hawks looking for tilt. Can't get him busted back down, so now just lets him go. 5-3, 1:40 to go. Riding time not a factor. Peterson with the lead. Ranavardi of UNI out here on mat number 2 now. Kale Ranavardi taking on Boz Diaz of South Dakota State.
Formerly Waverly Shell Rock prep. Not far from UNI and Cedar Falls at all. Literally 10 miles away.
Yeah. Nice down block into a reshot by Peterson, but he just didn't quite get around far enough. Gives up that whizzer. Now Peach trying to hip into him.
Peterson leading that one. Is that 5-3?
5-3 with a minute to go. He has stepped over, but Peach still has that tight whizzer in. Now they square back up. Looks like Williams ready to go over on mat number 3 once they get the officials squared away. Peach with another attempt, another reshot there by Peterson. But again, as he tries to get around behind, Peach throws that overhook whizzer in. Another attempt, another reattempt. And that time he pops the arm, gets into a head to the inside shot. 15 seconds left. Peterson trying to suck this in. Peach reaching back, trying to get his hand inside the leg. Now he stepped over the ankle, trying to roll him through, looking for neutral danger here. But Peterson rolls all the way through a couple of times as time comes to an end.
Peterson's going to hang on to that 5-3.
Peach is a scrambler, man.
Well, that was evident right out of the gate when we were in that shot and he grabbed her ankle and we couldn't finish that shot. A lot of rolling around. That's what wrestling's kind of evolved to. A lot of mat wrestling.
So Peterson will move on. He will take on John Alden of Wyoming. Looks like mat 3 Williams. Both guys still have their warm-ups on. So they're working on something over there. So let's go ahead and take our first break here of the day. We'll be back right after this. You're listening to the 2026 Soldier Salute from Extreme Arena in Coralville. This is Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
Can you think of anything that costs the same today as it did 10 years ago? There isn't much. That is, unless you're a Mid-American Energy customer. Thanks to all the renewable energy we're generating, our customers pay nearly the same rate for electricity today as they did back when we were all singing, "Call Me Maybe." And with Mid-American making even more investments in clean energy, you can count on enjoying those same affordable rates for the next decade. Now that's obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Iowa fans, with US Mode from US Cellular, you can keep your eye on the game, not on your screen. Whether you're inside the stadium, tailgating in the lots, or listening to the game at home, US Cellular wants you to focus on genuine connections with your family, friends, and fellow Hawkeye fans. That means at game time, you should do less scrolling and more cheering. So eliminate distractions and build connections by setting your phone to US Mode, because game day is for cheering on the Hawkeyes. Go Hawks! US Cellular, built for us.
Doug right there, so maybe they're not wrestling tonight.
To Extreme Arena, the 2026 Soldier Salute. Stephen Grace, Mark Ironside looking across the 6 mats, waiting for Jordan Williams.
Joey Kennedy's on deck on 2.
That'll be good right down here in front of us.
Isn't that Seaton from South Dakota State? He went to City High. I wonder if he's wrestling tonight.
He was in the initial bracket, and then they took him out. So I don't know if...
That's a bummer. I was looking
he ended up not making weight or just ended up not making it down here. But, yeah, I saw that when I was looking through stuff last night. It's like, ooh, that'd be cool, but... unfortunately, wish I knew the delay down there on mat number 3, unless it's another score bug issue. We had that on mat number 1. It took them several minutes to get that cleared away. Across the mats right now, mat number 1, Gabe Willishell of Wyoming at 149 pounds, a 6-0 lead over Anthony Dix of Tarleton State. Mat number 2, still no score between Rana Vardy of Northern Iowa and Boz Diaz of South Dakota State. That one's in the second period. Like we said, mat number 3, Jordan Williams for the Hawkeyes, Steven Villalobos of Bellarmine, whenever we get the okay to get rolling on that. Mat number 4, Nikade Zenkin of Nebraska and Antonio Avila of Wyoming, scoreless. Mat number 5, Wyatt Duchateau of Minnesota and Evan Boblitz of Navy. No score in that one. And down on mat number 6 at 149 pounds, Josh Edmond of Missouri, tied up at 5. He is taking on Rhett Koenig of Minnesota. They don't have the seeds listed, but Edmond listed on the top part of the bracket like he would be the number 1 seed. And he just gets a takedown. That'll make it 8-6 now. He leads. He was down 6-5. That one's just inside of a minute to go.
They bring all their starters.
I think so, yeah.
Wrestling on mat number 5, 157.
Because that Edmond's a starter.
Yeah.
That's who we had that
T. Travis of Missouri.
big match with down there. Block, right? Was it Block that wrestled him in that big match?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, Block beat him 2-1 in the tiebreakers. He was number 6 in the country at the time. Quick call Chad Beatty, ask him why we're not wrestling yet. Oh, now we get the okay. Mat number 3, Jordan Williams. Hasn't wrestled much yet this year. Got majored against Iowa State. Wrestled just a couple of matches down at the National Duels, including a win over Mendoza of Missouri. He's taking on Villalobos of Bellarmine. Body lock situation right there. Williams going for big move, but unable to secure it. Now a leg grabbed by Villalobos. Gets up over the waist, but Williams does a good job. Hustles, squares back up. Comes across into that front headlock on the edge of the mat. Tries to go to an ankle off of that.
Who's this he's wrestling?
Villalobos.
Where?
Bellarmine, yep.
Did we wrestle him in the duel?
No. Williams trying to pull that leg back in. Villalobos touches the sideboard, out of bounds. So they head back to the center. About a minute gone by here. First period, no score. Duck attempt by Villalobos. Another half swipe at the leg. Williams doing a good job keeping the hands low. Drag attempt, now comes back up.
Oh,
underhook,
man. No points either.
Both guys kind of stopped.
What's the heck?
I think Williams got dropped right on his head.
I don't think yet.
He kind of stopped for a second.
Referee Mike Van Tiger stopping it right there. Injury time. Maybe he did get dropped on his head, but that was weird. He had like a kind of like a 2-on-1, went under the front leg, and then just kind of arched backwards and took him straight back up over. And he initiated the move. It was his move. We were hoping Miguel Estrada was going to be able to make a debut here at this tournament here this weekend, but I was talking to him before the duels down there in Missouri, and he said they were trying and it was questionable, but he didn't know if he was going to make it or not.
157 pounds on mat number 6.
Well, they started injury time, and then they changed it. Jesse Donenworth right away hit his head, and he said, no, let's do concussion protocol and make sure. Because, yeah, he got dropped right on his head.
Boy, I wish we had replay of that. That was quick and explosive. Referee Mike Van Tiger there did a good job stopping the action right away, realizing something was wrong. So Jesse Donenworth is going to take Landon Williams in the back for concussion protocol. Want to say hi to my daughter Hannah and Gabe Burkle on their way out to Penn State, Stephen. So we go from having to wear Iowa State, I shouldn't say we as in I, but members of the family, let's just say that.
Yeah.
From wearing Iowa State now to Penn State colors. Yeah, it goes from bad to worse.
I know it.
It is what it is, and we love Gabe no matter what.
Hey, good for him, though.
Yeah, it's awesome.
He's been able to work his butt off and do some of those things. So
yeah, he's going into a good situation there, and Campbell as well too. You can't blame Campbell. It's kind of like the Cale Sanderson script, you know. Going into the Big Ten offers, you know, a lot more privileges on different levels, and that's what you got to do. It's a good opportunity. So they're left at 4 a.m. this morning and on the road out.
Well, safe travels and good luck.
They're tuning in and listening on the way, giving them something to do. I just wish we had more action to throw at them and other listeners right here today. And obviously that's kind of a big thing without bringing a lot of our starters here. And honestly, thank goodness for you, Steven, because I don't know a lot of these people. Like you should be getting paid twice as much as me today. That's for sure. Go pick yourself out a nice sweatshirt out of my booth.
That's what comes with the job, doing the research.
I just don't know a lot of these other teams and stuff. But, I mean, and we don't have like a typical program in front of us. We got these boards to look at over our left shoulders and way down the other end, and I don't have binoculars here to see that far. But there are a lot of familiar faces and coaches here for sure. As, I'm looking over here at mat number 1 in the corner is obviously Kerry Colott. It's awesome that, this is the Soldier Salute Wrestling Tournament. So it's about the armed forces, and Kerry Colott being the head coach at Navy for the Naval Academy brings his team here every year. And they enjoy this tournament. They love coming here, as well does Rob Cole in North Carolina, and Tony Ramos, and Brian Smith from Missouri brought his whole team up this year. And then Doug Schwab's here. They've got a handful of UNI guys here. They're wrestling. UNI's wrestling Nebraska either tonight or tomorrow night. I can't remember. And Nebraska has a few guys here too. Iowa State has a few guys here. Minnesota has some guys here. Wyoming brings their whole team every year.
I think Minnesota would have more guys, but I think they're wrestling this weekend too against somebody. So I think they're bringing a lot of guys, but just none of their starters. Williams back out onto the mat, cleared from concussion protocol. Hits a little slide by, can't get around behind. Now slides down to the leg. Looking to elevate up and gets around and covers the other ankle for 3. Now he's up to his feet looking for that far side cradle. Now they're standing into that body lock again, and he whips him over to his back. Getting some near falls here. He's got those overhooks tight. See if he can settle in, cinch it up a little bit more. He's got 45 seconds left in this first period. And there's the fall for Jordan Williams.
I said Landon earlier. I meant Jordan. Landon Williams used to wrestle for Wartburg.
Okay.
Jordan Williams, he's a big move guy.
2 minutes and 15 seconds of wrestling time. He'll go on and take on Jonathan Malovich of Bull Trained Wrestling.
Bull Trained?
Bull Trained.
Bull Trained.
Like trained by a bull.
By Marinelli?
I don't know. I saw Alex back there, but you'd think he'd be doing the Hawkeye Wrestling Academy.
Bull Trained, huh? So this is an open tournament. I mean, guys can come in and wrestle. I mean, you could compete in this, Steven, if you really wanted to turn in the headset for a headgear.
I joked with Shammy yesterday when I was over here. I said, hey, exhibition match, me versus him, who can last 37 seconds? And he said, probably you. I said, I don't know, Shammy. Well, as we await Joey Kennedy, the next Hawkeye up, let's take our first 2-minute pre-match break. Our 2-minute pre-match break. We'll be back with more from the Extreme Arena in Coralville, the 2026 Soldier Salute. You're listening to Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists. Shop the sales and get fuel savers. Talk about convenience. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
Hello, Iowa. Here's a promise. Wherever you are in this great state, University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you, even if you never walk through our doors. Educating, caring, leading research, sharing our expertise with all. Because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Celebrate the legendary Donnie Baker with a night of non-stop laughs at the Donnie Baker Ron Sexton Memorial Tour, coming to Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. On Friday, January 30th, hear fellow Bob and Tom Show comedians Bob Zaney, Greg Hahn, and Kostaki Economopoulos share outrageous stories and never-before-heard moments from the road. Purchase your tickets for this heartfelt and hilarious tribute now at riversidecasinoandresort.com or stop at our gift shop. It's going to be a night of laughs you won't forget.
Welcome back to the Soldier Salute, Extreme Arena in Coralville. Opening round action, working our way through. Mixed bag of results for the Hawkeyes. Joey Cruz and Jace Rhodes both losing. Cruz Hernandez, Cale Peterson, Nasir Bailey, and Jordan Williams all picking up victories. Joey Kennedy, the next Hawkeye to go.
I was joking with Gabe over Christmas because the Big Tens are at
Penn State
this year.
Yeah.
So he could come and watch the Big Ten Championship, which he honestly probably will. But I think it might be right during their spring break or something. But could throw a headset on and see what he knows about wrestling.
Would he put on black and gold to come cheer on Iowa?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
If there's Cyclone gear in your house, he could wear Hawkeye gear for one day, right?
Well, I will say, I mean, his family grew up cheering for Iowa. Season ticket holders, Iowa football games. I mean, they're Iowa fans, and he does cheer for Iowa wrestling. Like he really cheers for Patrick. And speaking of Patrick, now we got Patrick's brother Joey coming up on the mat right now.
Joey taking on Jacob Herm of South Dakota State.
It's funny, when we were here for the Donnybrook, working that event for my Iron Set Apparel, right outside of our booth up there on the concourse was the National Guard had a booth as well, and Joey was working it. Being in the Guard.
Okay.
And going through, I can't remember what that is called, what he go through. He's part of the National Guard student.
Like the ROTC type stuff?
Yeah, like an ROTC type program. And then now today the National Guard's still set up there, but now instead of being up there in his Army attire, he's down here in a wrestling singlet. So it's pretty cool to see. Patrick, I'm sure, is here somewhere watching his brother.
Joey 2-2 on the year. Wrestled up at the Luther Open.
On mat 6, Manny Rojas of Iowa State and Clay Gibbons of Oklahoma.
45 seconds gone by, no score. Good hand fighting so far.
Tom Brands, Bobby Telford in the corner for Joey.
See some similarities in the style with Patrick.
He tries a high crotch carry attempt right there by Joey. Couldn't get it. I can't see what's going on.
He just got to go behind, yep.
Literally, the clock was in my way. I have no idea how that happened.
He tried to hit that high crotch, and Pham did a good job, just kind of stuffed the head and buried his head into Joey's side, and then just scooted his hips around and got around behind him for the takedown. So Kennedy trails 3-0.
Tony Ray was walking across the mat right there. He's got a guy coming up over there on mat 4. All right, it's Rob Coleman come over to talk.
He's actually got a guy wrestling right now on 4. That's Bryce Hepner leading 7-0 over Dom Bambinelli of Missouri. Down here, Joey Kennedy to his feet, gets the escape. So he trails 3-1, 50 seconds to go, first period. Big snap into that front headlock, comes up to the underhook.
Evan Radabush of Army Prep and Nick Piankowski of Bellarmine.
There's a carry attempt by Herm. Joey does a good job, keeps the legs back.
Wrestling on mat number 5, 174 pounds, Danny Wask of Navy, Paulo Chiato. Wrestling unattached,
10 seconds to go here, first period. A lot of good hand-fighting action, but Kennedy will trail 3-1 as we go to period number 2. It's the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular reminds you that on game days, your hands are for cheering, not texting. Because game days are built for the Hawkeyes, U.S. Cellular built for us. Arm starts down to begin the second period. Up to his feet, hand control, escape. So he leads 4-1 now.
Nice snap on Joey right there he got, but Joey's able to circle out of it.
.140 to go, second period. Trying to remember, Joey never won state up in Minnesota. A couple of times got second or third.
He wrestled that Luther Open, do you know?
Yes, he did. He went 2-2 up there.
He's got a, is it Brown he's wrestling? Is this guy's name?
Herm.
Herm? Brown Herm. I had him in a front headlock right there, but I didn't do anything with it. Tries underhook, doesn't get anywhere with that.
55 to go, second period.
I mean, he's got to go now. He's done by a takedown. We still have a whole nother period, but as we always say, take advantage of the second period. There's a nice snap by Joey. Can he square? Can he wrestle here? No. Herm comes up out of it into a 2-on-1 on us. Boy, as good of a snap that Joey has, he needs to learn to wrestle from that front headless, getting go-behinds there. Because he keeps snapping this guy and putting him there, but then Herm just, he allows him to come right back up to his feet. That's where Patrick's done a really good job in his wrestling, developing his wrestling, is that front headlock short offense situation, really making guys work there.
Over-under situation. Herm launches him and gets Joey tight right there. And 5 seconds left. He's going to give up the fall. Came across and got caught in an over-under situation. And Herm locked that up and then just got the hip in and launched him.
That was a massive headlock right there.
So Kennedy will drop to the backside. Let's see, what do we got coming up? Gabe Arnold in the hole on mat number 3. Leister Bowling on deck on mat number 6. Right now on the mats, Rhodess of Army leads 3-0 over Piantkowski of Bellarmine. Mat number 2, De Leon of Nebraska and Nicholas Fay of North Carolina just getting underway. Mat number 3, Evans of Navy, a 16-9 lead over Motor of Bellarmine. Hepner of North Carolina, 8-0 with 4 minutes and 20 seconds of riding time as that one's about to come to an end against Bambinelli of Missouri. Mat number 5, Danny Wask of Navy, a 7-0 lead over Paolo Chiato. And on mat number 6, Rojas of Iowa State, 8-4 lead over Clay Giddens of Oklahoma. About ready to head to period number 3. So as we await Bowling and Arnold, the next two Hawkeyes to come up, let's take a pre-meet break number 2, the next 2-minute break. We'll be back with more of the Soldier Salute right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
Attention Hawkeye fans, Big Grove is proud to be an official craft brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Whether you're at the game or watching from home, Big Grove has got you covered. Enjoy an easy Eddie from the stands or visit them for every Hawkeye game at any of their 4 convenient Iowa locations in Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, Des Moines, or Solon. Big Grove Brewery, your official watch party headquarters of the Hawkeyes. Go Hawks! Big Grove Brewery, an official craft brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Despite the unshakable Iowa Corn-Cyhawk rivalry, there is one thing Iowa State and University of Iowa fans can both agree on. getting hyped for unleaded 88. It's cleaner burning and better for your engine, and it's cheaper than other fuel options, making unleaded 88 the clear fuel choice. If Iowa corn Cy-Hawk rivals can agree on it, you know it's worth the hype. So pump it up with unleaded 88, grown by Iowa corn farmers.
You power your day with passion and purpose. It's the same for Alliant Energy. We're modernizing the grid, blending new, renewable, and traditional energy sources to meet growing demand safely and reliably. We're rising to the challenge to meet your energy needs today and for generations to come. Visit AlliantEnergy.com/poweringbeyond to learn more.
Life moves fast. Quickstar keeps up. Whether it's fresh coffee, a delicious bakery treat, or our take-home meals that make life easier, we've got everything you need right here, because your comfort and cravings deserve the best. And while you're fueling up with Quickstar's fully guaranteed gasoline, we've got great services like free ATMs and free air. We're all about saving you time, money, and making your life easy. Quickstar's here for you whenever you need us.
Welcome back to Extreme Arena in Coralville. Stephen Grace and Mark Ironside as we are making our way through opening round matches. Trying to figure out, it looks like Ty Miller, true freshman for the Hawkeyes. Yeah, they updated that last minute. He's wrestling unattached. He's got Marinelli and Sorensen in his corner. Wrestling on mat number 4. I think he actually has Miguel Estrada's singlet on. But he's taking on Nash Banco from Army. Oh, wrong button. Track didn't have that updated on there. Now down there on mat number 6, we do have Bowling out. Bowling just getting underway. He's taking on Luke Hogue of North Dakota State. So Miller trailing 3-1.
What weight is that?
184. Miller, a true freshman, went to St. Edwards in Ohio. A one-time Ohio State champion.
Who's that on 6?
That's Leister Bowling.
He's from
Colorado.
Colorado, yeah.
He was a two-time Colorado State champion. Leister Bowling, big Greco guy as well. Couple of age level teams, and he's got double unders down there on mat number 6. A minute gone by in that one. They already went out of bounds in a upper body situation. Now Bowling switches off just to the underhook on the left side. Let's see. I hit the wrong button, but the dashboard at track didn't have. No, that's not what I wanted.
6.
Yeah, they still, mat 4, they still don't have Miller listed there. They show him as on deck.
I can't see that scoreboard on 6. Is that, what's that say? Can you see that far?
Minute 20 to go, 0-0, first period.
Totally bringing binos tomorrow.
Miller, and the nice shot, cuts off, gets the 3. Almost got some near falls out of that as well. Now he's got that 2-on-1 locked up.
Time about ready to expire here. This first period, right?
Yep.
4-3. In favor of Miller. His choice, and he's going to defer.
No, they deferred to him.
Deferred to him, so Miller's going to choose down.
Both guys have bluish tint on their singlets. Leicester bowling down there on mat number 6. 30 seconds to go. No score in the first period. Keeping an eye on mat number 3 where Gabe Arnold is waiting on deck.
Yeah, I've seen Hernandez is on deck already.
Yeah. Well, these upper weights, there's only like 1 or 2 first-round matchups. There's the escape for Miller, so he leads 5-3. No score at the end of the first period for bowling.
Is Gabe at 74 today?
Yes. Over there on mat number 6, bowling gets the escape to start the second period, gives himself a 1-0 lead. Ty Miller, freshman out of Ohio, wrestling unattached on mat number 4.
Double unders down there for bowling.
It's about the 4th time he's been in
Well,
those.
he's the Greco guy, you said. Where at in Colorado is he from?
Longmont.
I don't know where that's at.
Riley, look up Longmont, Colorado. See where it's at, please. 37 seconds left, second period. Miller, no points as they went out of bounds. He leads 5-3. Blood time again. Looks like Longmont is maybe about like from Iowa City to Cedar Rapids, north of Denver. So 30 miles north of Denver. We're there. As I was looking at that, bowling does get a takedown, so he leads 4-1 after he gives up the escape.
Injury time down there on Miller's mat.
Blood, it looks like.
Yep. Oh, he's in on a shot on bowling.
Picks him up right on the edge. Bowling gets the hand down. Now squares back up. Slide out. No points. So obviously Greco, you don't attack the legs. Does that make it harder for some of these guys to maybe defend some leg attacks? Or do you think there's still just a lot of similarities between?
No, for sure. I mean, I highly doubt he's wrestled primarily Greco.
Well,
but
yeah.
Greco, yeah. I mean, it definitely, without being able to touch the legs, you're not going to be good at defense from the legs because guys can't shoot on you. And you're not going to be as good offensively because you can't attack the legs. So, Greco, I wrestled a ton of Greco growing up, like tons. I mean, I was a 2-time All-American in Greco, actually 3-time All-American in Greco. And that's how, I developed a lot of good hand fighting skills was from Greco and learned how to, I didn't hit a lot of throws, like Landon, or I keep saying Landon, Jordan Williams throws and stuff like that, but I didn't need to. You stay with the safe stuff that works, your good singles and doubles and go-behinds and all that stuff. And if you watch Jordan Williams, that stuff works on the people like he wrestled first round today and stuff like that. But when he gets into the higher caliber competition, guys just don't get out of position. They don't give you that type of stuff. But more so, it teaches you just to become a good hand fighter and circle and square, both from an offensive and defensive standpoint. And I think that's one thing that helped me out a lot with the front headlocks as well, too. Short offense was my Greco-Roman background. And I think every wrestler, if they really want to develop and at a young age, starting, high school up, I think it'd be very beneficial to wrestle Greco as often as you can, not just freestyle. You can learn a lot from it.
So
a lot of good skill sets in Greco-Roman that transfer over even into collegiate and freestyle.
4-2 with, I think, 51 seconds left down there on mat number 6. Bowling with the lead. Miller still leads 5-3. He's riding to begin the third period.
Here comes Gabe.
Arnold coming out on mat number 3. He's taking on Tyler Martinez of Bellarmine. Did not wrestle in the duel either. Body lock down there for Bowling. Couldn't quite get a foot sweep. Bails out of that. Goes back to the underhook. Miller gives the escape with 1:15 to go, so he leads 5-4. And it looks like Leicester Bowling is going to win by a score of 4-2. He moves on in the 174 bracket. There's Gabe, front headlock, trying to circle around. Can't get there, goes the other way. Now comes back to the other side. Good job by Bellarmine to square up, stand up. Gabe goes to the underhook on the right side. Over on mat number 4, Miller, a 5-4 lead with 45 seconds left. Riding time not a factor in that one. A shot by Miller, trying to dump him down right on the edge. Down to the ankle, elevates, cuts across and gets another 3. Now he's headhunting, looking for that cradle. Couldn't get it. Miller's going to move on, it looks like, leading 8-4. There's Arnold, a shot, gets a stall call, and nice finishes shot for 3.
Beautiful sweep. Left-handed sweep single right there by Gabe. Gabe's done a really, really good job since he's been back on the team after the whole debacle this past summer, you know, from what I've seen, and done a good job getting to stay disciplined. When he came back, he was big. I don't know if you saw him at all this summer.
No, I didn't.
He was big. And he's really been disciplined, got his weight down gradually, and he's down at 74 now. And you can just tell by how fast and quick he is, and he's moving really well. There he just got a tilt. I think he got some near falls.
Yeah,
there.
he did.
4 count.
Yep. Had that 2-on-1. Now he comes back.
Again.
Just a hip tilt that time. Rolled all the way through. They get up to their feet out of bounds. 7-0 lead for Gabe with 47 seconds to go. Gabe, runner-up last year, champion 2 years ago at this tournament.
We will also be wrestling what consolation matches we have in this round on first available match, so pay attention.
30 seconds to go. Arnold. He's got Martinez flattened out. Gets another tilt with that 2-on-1. Rolls back through, gets his 4 count, gives it an 11-0 lead. Mat number 4. Trying to figure out. Now they say Miller on 4.
Oh, maybe that wasn't Miller.
Maybe that wasn't. So who was that Marinelli
wasn't
was
Miguel.
coaching?
No, it was not.
Was it a Torres wrestling unattached? So yeah, this looks like Tyrell Miller against Nash Banco now on mat number 4.
Gabe Arnold up to his feet, gets taken back down to the mat. He started on the bottom, started the second period. He's up 11-0, trying to get hand control, up to his feet and out. So that makes it 12-0. Nice snap and go behind right there by Gabe. His opponent
That's going to
just
do it.
Yeah, I forgot 3-point takedowns. 12 plus 3 is 15, so 15-0. That's it. I forgot Ty Eustace is at Navy as well.
So, stand corrected. Miller is wrestling now on mat 4. And then you've got Cruz and Hernandez down on mat number 6. Taking on Sefton Douglas. I had all my notes all put together last night. And then a few guys didn't show up or didn't make weight, so they moved things around.
Championship round match. Mac Marner of Missouri, Austin Blanchard of North Dakota State.
So trying to find some of these. Down there, Hernandez gets taken down. So he trails 3-0. Miller snaps into a front headlock on mat number 4. I think that was C.J. Torres that Marinelli was coaching. So apologize to him.
Nice shot right there by Miller.
Continuing to work on this. He's up to his
gosh.
feet and allows a somersault.
What the heck? See that coming a mile away. Move our feet.
Yeah.
Come on. I mean, the thing is he's not tired. This match just started. Like, he's fresh. Come on, move your feet. Wrestling's so fun. It's such a great, fun sport until you get tired, and then it doesn't become much fun. That's why conditioning is such a major, major factor in the sport of wrestling.
I try to explain to people sometimes it's the easiest hard sport in the world or the hardest easiest sport in the world. Because it's simple in the fact that you just go out there and you have to just man-on-man compete, but it is hard to do that.
Very hard. Like, people don't realize you're using every muscle in your body. Like, every muscle. It's not like you're just using your legs or just using your biceps or shoulders or back or what. I mean, neck. I mean, you're using everything and straining everything in all those different positions that you get in, especially when you're trying to finish shots and the guys, fending you off, and I mean, you're struggling there. I mean, and there's no way to get in shape for wrestling other than just wrestling live. I mean, you can ride the bike, run, do all the cardio in the world, and obviously that's going to help your heart and get you in decent shape, but it doesn't build that oxygen muscle intake, into all your muscles that you don't use when you're on a bike. You don't use when you're on a treadmill or running or whatever, on a stair stepper and stuff. That's why wrestling is the only possible way you could possibly get into shape for wrestling. And there's probably no other sport that you'll burn more calories than wrestling either.
Yeah.
You talk about muscle confusion. That's like the definition of muscle confusion is wrestling.
So Hernandez trails 3-1 at the end of the first period. Miller, no score, Cho's down. He's got a leg in against him. More just capping the ankle right now. He had that 2-on-1 against him, but he was able to clear out of it. Now Banco of Navy gets the wrist up onto the back.
That Hernandez down there on 6?
Yeah. Starts down to begin the second period. Got a leg in against him. Got out of that in the first period. He's taking on Douglas of Wyoming.
I for sure need to bring my binos tomorrow. I cannot see anything down there.
Miller flattened out now with 25 seconds to go. Almost gets tilted up over. Got 2-1 counts. Now he's giving up near falls. Gave up a 3, but he grabs that leg. Gets out for his escape. So he's down 3-1 with 10 seconds to go, second period.
What's Hernandez's score now? 5-1? Is that what that says?
Looks like it, yeah.
Wrestling on mat number 5, 125 pounds.
And he gets called for stalling.
From the bottom position.
Logan Graff, South Dakota State.
Trying to roll through. Comes out on top, gets the 2 reversal with 15 seconds left. So now he's down 5-3. Miller on mat number 4, down 3-1, start the third period. Basically intentionally releasing Benko, so that makes it 4-1. Hernandez down 5-3 as we go to the third. Neutral. There's a shot against Miller on mat number 4. He's in trouble right there. Gives up 3, so he's down 7-1. Hernandez does have riding time against him, trailing 5-3 on mat 6. Miller down 7-1 on mat number 4. Miller's got that wrist on his back against him. Flattened out, trying to clear out. He gave up near falls in a similar situation, then got a reversal, but 40 seconds left, down by 6. He's got to figure out some way to explode up out of there. A minute to go in the third period on mat number 6. Kian Hernandez down, in essence, 6-3, so he needs a takedown to force sudden victory. Takedown and right out.
Number 2, 133 pounds, Ethan Oakley, North Carolina. Hinton Cook, South Dakota State.
Been watching between the two, and Kian's been moving well, Mark. He just hasn't been able to set anything up and get a good leg attack going down there. As I say that, he hits a nice high crotch.
Yes.
Covers for the 3. They scramble through. He's got to figure out how to ride him out here for these last 15 seconds. Now they're going to stop potentially dangerous. So he's up 6-5, but he has riding time against him. Miller will lose 8-1. Hernandez, 10 seconds left. Does have a stall call against him, so he's got to be careful. Almost gets a quick tilt right there.
He's going to get, there's 2.
Got a 2 count.
Yes.
Is there time on the clock, though? Side referee is saying no. Wave it off. Time had run out. Tom wanting an explanation. They just have one referee on each mat, but there's a referee, I think, waiting to do the next match down there in the corner, and he said no, that was after time had run out. So put 6-6, take the riding time away, 2 minutes for sudden victory. Now they're still heading back to the scores table, make sure everything's squared away. Mat number 5, Bowen Downey of Northern Iowa, trailing 3-1 against Logan Graff of South Dakota State. Let's see if Kian can do that same thing here in this sudden victory period.
He looks fresh. He looks like he's moving well. I mean, it's kind of hard for us to tell all the way down here. Oh, there you go. Snap, go behind. Almost had it.
Shot, reshot there. Kian missed. Another shot into a front headlock is Kian. Bailey coming out on mat number 2 right down here in front of us.
Thank goodness we get somebody else down here. The only person we've had down here so far is Kennedy.
Bailey taking on David Saenz of Wyoming. Minute 15 to go in the sudden victory down on mat number 6.
I was in the room the other day, and after their practice, for some conditioning, they were doing rope climbs. And that Nasir Bailey, he is a rope climbing machine. Shot right there. Who's he wrestling?
Saenz of Wyoming.
Saenz. Shot right off the whistle by Saenz. In on our leg. He's trying to come up in the middle here. They're
trying to get locked through the crotch. He tried to elevate. Now they come up. Body lock. We throw him.
Drop.
And Bailey's going to get the takedown and a 2 near fall. Down there, Hernandez draped over the back as a shot by Douglas of Wyoming. 30 seconds left in the sudden victory. Bailey down here on mat number 2 trying to lock up that 2-on-1. He and Hernandez trying to scramble through, almost giving up the neutral danger.
Yeah.
Able to get his back clear. Douglas turning back in. This is not a great spot for Kean. Douglas steps over.
No points.
No points, so they will go to the sudden victory, or the tiebreakers. Sear, a 5-0 lead, 1 minute gone by on mat number 2.
Wrestling on mat 1, 125 pounds, Lekman Masood of Missouri, Sebastian Gennaro.
He only got 2 near fall out of that?
Yeah.
On mat 2, Nasir Bailey of Iowa and David Saenz of Wyoming. On mat
Hernandez in the top position. Gets another quick tilt.
Oh, yeah.
And he got a 2 count, at least a 3 count. So that'll give Hernandez a 9-6 lead.
That's what he almost got at the end of regulation. Went right back to it.
Still got the other 30-second tiebreaker period to go.
Mark Branch of Wyoming left the corner down here right in front of us, marched all the way down there, and he is upset about something there. Not sure what.
There's Bailey, gets that 2-on-1 locked up. Got a 4 count, so that'll give him a 9-0 lead. Hernandez will go down here. Right away, Christensen throwing a leg in, or Douglas, excuse me. Trying to go to a cross body. Hernandez staying at his base here, 10 seconds left, and Kean Hernandez is going to get the win.
Good for him.
In sudden victory. He needed a takedown at the very end. Got it. And then get some near falls in the sudden victory to win by a score of 9-6. 30 seconds left here on mat number 2 in the first period. Bailey trying to lock up that 2-on-1. Can't as they got to their feet. Saenz reaches back. Now they're going to get stall warning on Bailey for hanging on the leg. Fresh start with 21 to go. Bailey still in the top position.
Wrestling now on mat 1, Carter Peterson, Iowa State, and TJ Custer, unattached.
To their feet. Crotch lift by Bailey. Gets stopped. Now comes around, trips him down as they go out of bounds. Head back to the center with 9 on the clock. Cale Peterson on deck on mat 1. Right now, Carter Pearson of Iowa State wrestling against TJ Coaster. Seth Gerritsen of Navy leading Aiden Medina of Tarleton State. Koufax Christensen, an 8-5 lead over Joe Calvin of Bellarmine. That's who beat Joey Cruz in the opening rounds. Downey of UNI, an 11-6 lead. Looks like he's going to win over Graff of South Dakota State. And then Asmani Diversant of Iowa State, a 3-0 lead over Garrett Rinkin of UNI.
Hey, there's Troy Steiner down there. Forgot he's up at Minnesota. A lot of Iowa wrestling alum here. Ty Eustace right down there. Troy Steiner, Tony Ramos, Doug Schwab. All right, start of the second period. Bailey up 9-0.
Going neutral here to begin the second period.
Wyoming picked neutral. Bailey does have 2:37 riding time. Reshot, nice shot right there by Wyoming right there. Beautiful reshot and took Bailey down. Makes it 9-3. He took one shot, didn't get it, and Bailey didn't really react, and Wyoming stayed kind of down low and just completely blew through him right at the knees. And Bailey, I think, they hit heads, and Bailey's just laying flat on the mat, so I think he's looking at concussion probably protocol as well.
Jesse Donenworth makes his way over.
As Wyoming kind of hit that blast double, nice low blast double, it hit Nasir right in the forehead, and Nasir just went straight back.
Well, they're still doing injury time right now instead of concussion, but Jesse's checking the head neck area.
Who's this coming up on 4?
That's Cale Peterson.
No, it's not.
No? Oh, that's Lavazola. Anthony Lavazola taking on Luke Willishell of Wyoming. Lavazola, redshirt freshman out of New Jersey.
Bailey to concussion protocol as well. So both Williams and Bailey have had to go to concussion protocol.
Over there, Lavazzolo about ready to give up the takedown, but had grabbed that leg momentarily. Willishell, though, able to keep that leg in and bumps Lavazzolo down. Anthony went 0-2 at this tournament last year and then 0-2 in the silver bracket as well. Just gives up a 4 count. Now he's got a far side cradle in against him.
Wrestling on mat number 3, 133 pounds, James Henneman, Northern Iowa, Matthew Botello of North Carolina.
Doug Schwab out. We got injury time maybe down there for UNI on mat number 6. It's Rinkin against Diversant. Lavazola, another cradle against him. Able to bridge, trying to clear out of that, but he's going to be behind 11-1. Nope. Got to his feet, but didn't clear out, didn't get his escape. Does stand up. Willishell trying to put him back down to the mat. And again, right when he's ready to clear, Willishell drops to the ankle. And that goes back to my point, Mark. That's easy thing. You get to your feet, you should be able to just explode out, but it's hard to do. And Lavizola just didn't quite hit it hard enough and has allowed Willishell to just drop back to that ankle repeatedly and prevent him from getting that escape.
Explosiveness is so critical in this sport in so many different areas, but especially off the bottom. And then you also have to have a second and third move on top of that as well. It can't just be one, can't be just a one-move wonder type of thing. It's got to be multiple. Hustle. Hustle is like the main thing in the sport of wrestling. It's just a matter of who, if someone's going to out-hustle the other guy. Here comes Bailey back. See what happens here.
Lavizola giving up near falls again, so that's going to do it down there.
So Bailey is going to continue to wrestle here.
So it's actually, yeah, that guy there. So then that guy's going to move on. So Bailey cleared concussion protocol, comes back out after he'd gotten taken down. So now he's to his feet, gets up, gets the escape. So he leads 10-3, a minute to go, second period. Mat number 5. Oh, that's Army and Wyoming.
How do we get another point there? Oh, escape.
Yeah, I got the escape. Peterson's coming out on mat number 1 now.
Didn't they get their choice?
Since it was concussion protocol, no.
No.
If it was true injury time, then yes. But if it's a concussion protocol, then no.
John Alden of Wyoming and Cale Peterson of Iowa. On mat 4,
Peterson on mat 1 taking on John Alden of Wyoming.
Seltzer of Missouri.
Final seconds tick away here on mat number 2 for Bailey. And he will lead 10-3 going to the third. See if he can build something here in this third period, Mark. He gets to start in the top position. Rhodess Sains into the sit out. Trying to get up to his feet. Bailey trying to get that 2-on-1. Bumps him back down to the mat at least. Now tries tilting him over. Got 3. There's the 4 count.
Kind of around behind as he took him down. He went right into the tilt, which was really smart. That's a feel thing right there, thinking ahead.
I didn't see Peterson. It almost looked like he had like a side headlock as they came down. I didn't see any of that to know. I just saw the very end of it. But one way or the other, it's a 7-0 lead for Cale Peterson. And it's a 14-3 lead for Nasir Bailey. Bailey goes out of bounds, 1:12 to go. Alden of Wyoming working up to his feet. Peterson tries to roll him through. Now gets up over the head. Got that half, but couldn't quite hold him there. Bumps out of bounds. Head back to the center. Back over on mat 2. Again to their feet. Bailey likes that because he sets up that 2-on-1 and does just that and gets right back into another tilt. Gets his 4 count, and that's going to do it. It's a good way to build. Couple of 4-point
Those 4-point near falls go a long ways.
Peterson putting on a good ride over there with 1:10 to go in the first period, leading 7-0. Alden doing a good job working up to his feet. They slide out of bounds, though, head back to the center. Sounds like they will, after this championship round, have one more round of wrestlebacks. So in this championship round, guys that lose will be most likely wrestling guys that lost earlier today, depending on how the brackets shape out. There's the escape for Wyoming's Alden against Peterson. 53 seconds to go, first period. Peterson leading by a score of 7-1.
Jordan Williams is sitting over there waiting to come up.
Go back to track. .30 seconds left now for Peterson.
Nice
Tries to slide
by.
Missed the leg, though, as he tried to get there. Just go to track. Final seconds here now in the first period. Peterson takes that 7-1 lead. Events Classic. And then make sure when you click on it, you click View as Viewer Classic mode.
Peterson deferred. Wyoming goes down. Peterson up 7-1. I can't tell the riding time. I'm sure he obviously has it.
He's got 123, it looks like, according to track.
Wrestling now on mat 2 at 141 pounds. Isaiah
Alden to his feet, and they roll through, go out of bounds.
On our 4th of Northern Iowa. On mat 6, Hayden Mills of Nebraska and Gage Walker of Missouri.
Tom Brand's telling Peterson, get him flat, keep him down. Tries that forward pressure, but Alden goes into a sit out. Peterson half on the left side. Alden trying to reach up and peel it off. Peterson hops around to the other side. Now Alden to his feet with that hand control, gets the escape. 7-2, a minute and a half to go, second period. Peterson with the lead. I wish I could have seen what Peterson did to get that 7-point move as he tries a duck right there, comes back, slide by. No matter what it was, need to see him get another takedown here.
Well, he's got plenty of time. He's got a minute to go here in the second period. Build, Peterson.
Big snap, but couldn't get anywhere with it. .30 on the clock now, second period. Each guy with that left-handed collar just leaning ear to ear. Now they snap, clear out of it. Working a 2-on-1, but just kind of leaning on each other. 7-2 as we go to the third.
No action out of Peterson that second period. We don't like seeing that.
Those are the extra matches. Peterson starts down to begin the third period. Leading 7-2. Got 150 of riding time. Right off the whistle. Wing thrown in by Alden. Peterson clears out of that. Leg thrown in, though, now. Going for a wing on the far side. Peterson trying to scoot those hips back. Alden has that wing on that far side. Trying to run it over here. Still with the leg in. Now they're going to blow potentially dangerous. Peterson keeping the head down on the mat. Shakes that shoulder out a little bit. Gets reset 35 seconds off the clock, so riding time about ready to be erased. Another 20 seconds. Peterson, a couple extra, almost like Superman thrusts with that right arm.
There you
there
go.
He hits
rolls,
a Granby, grabs the leg.
It's cradle. No, I didn't get it, and he didn't even get out. Oh, my Lord, Steven. How did he not get out there?
Looked like he had a cradle for a reversal, and instead stays in the down position. Now he's got a leg in against him, and he's going to give up that right shoulder again.
Man, there's Metcalf, too.
Alden trying
to the list.
Run that wing, but they're right on the edge. He's got both legs in, and he's got a wing. They slide out of bounds, 43 seconds left. Peterson takes his time getting back to the center. Leading 7-2. Riding time has been erased.
Come on, we got to get out. We cannot get rid here for 2 minutes. I'd like to have seen him stretch this to a major.
Cradle attempt there by Alden. Peterson to his feet, but then gets tripped back down. 25 on the clock. Now Alden comes out front. He's going to be looking for something big.
He's looking for something big here. He's letting Peterson go.
That'll make it 8-2.
Nice snap right there by Alden. Trying to get around Peterson. Peterson doing a good job squaring right now. Just kind of holding on position. And that's going to be it. Peterson's going to win this one 8-2.
So he will move on in the championship side. We will step out, take our next 2-minute break right here. We'll be back with more of the 2026 Soldier Salute from Extreme Arena in Coralville. This is Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
Iowa fans, with US Mode from US Cellular, you can keep your eye on the game, not on your screen. Whether you're inside the stadium, tailgating in the lots, or listening to the game at home, US Cellular wants you to focus on genuine connections with your family, friends, and fellow Hawkeye fans. That means at game time, you should do less growling and more cheering. So eliminate distractions and build connections by setting your phone to US Mode, because game day is for cheering on the Hawkeyes. Go Hawks! US Cellular, built for us.
This is Jordan Sekefetz here for my dad Brian and his True Blue crew at Dodge Street Tire. If you're wrestling with your car or truck, let their crew take care of you and your family with honest and quality award-winning service. For over 30 good years, Dodge Street Tire have been champions for Hawkeye fans everywhere, pinning down prices and problems for their neighbors. Don't let your vehicle's tires and troubles keep you from achieving your goals. Dodge Street Tire at the corner of Dodge and Church Street.
Hawkeye fans, gear up for game day with Big Grove. As an official craft brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes, they bring you the ultimate game-watching experience. Sip on fan favorites like Easy Eddie, Citrus Surfer, and Neighborhood Beer while cheering on the Hawks. Can't make it to the stadium? No worries. Join them at any of their 4 Iowa locations in Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, Des Moines, and Solon. Big Grove Brewery, your official watch party headquarters of the Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
Hello, Iowa. Here's a promise. Wherever you are in this great state, University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you, even if you never walk through our doors. Educating, caring, leading research, sharing our expertise with all. Because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Welcome back to Extreme Arena, the 2026 Soldier Salute. Stephen Grace and Mark Ironside. Opening session into the second round of the championship bracket. Right now, Hawkeyes a half point ahead of North Carolina. 2.5 points ahead of Navy in the team standings. Next Hawkeye coming up, I believe, is Voyovich. Take a look at Cale Voyovich on mat number 4. He'll be taking on Patrick Jordan of VMI. Jordan Williams will be on mat number 4, taking on Jonathan Malovich of the Bowl Trained Wrestling Academy. Victor Voyovich will be on mat number 3. He's taking on Peyton Park, also of the Bowl Trained Wrestling Academy. Right now, Cale Voyovich is on deck on 4. That is where Latona of Navy has a 3-0 lead over Brooks of Wyoming. Other matches as we look across. 141 pounds. Owen Oolles of Missouri, who defeated Jace Rhodes in the opening round, is taking on Luke Simcox of North Carolina. That one's scoreless at the end of the first. Mat number 2, Caden Riccardi of Navy. No score halfway through the first period. Nope, that's the beginning of the second period now, against Dyson Dunham of VMI. Mat number 3, Nakati Zenkin of Nebraska, trailing Easton Brocksterman of Army by a score of 3-2. Like I said, on mat number 4, Latona of Navy, a 4-0 lead now on Brooks of Wyoming. Mat number 5, Josh Edmond of Missouri. No score. Start of the second period against Charles Vanier, wrestling unattached. And on mat number 6, Jace Roller of Missouri taking on Lawson Eller of North Dakota State. Roller leads that one by a score of 3-0. Said Cale Voyovich, the next Hawkeye listed, on deck on mat number 4. About to the end of the second period in that one. We will finish all of these second round matches. We will have a round of consolations still this session. So we will have Joey Cruz and Jace Rhodes and Joey Kennedy. And I believe Lavazola will also be wrestling. But they will get through all of the championship round matches first. So before Cale Voyovich, let's get another 1-minute in-match break here. We will have more of the 2026 Soldier Salute from Extreme Arena in Coralville right after this. You are listening to Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
This is Jordan Sekefetz here for my dad Brian and his True Blue crew at Dodge Street Tire. If you're wrestling with your car or truck, let their crew take care of you and your family with honest and quality award-winning service. For over 30 good years, Dodge Street Tire have been champions for Hawkeye fans everywhere, pinning down prices and problems for their neighbors. Don't let your vehicle's tires and troubles keep you from achieving your goals. Dodge Street Tire at the corner of Dodge and Church Street.
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists, shop the sales, and get fuel savers. Talk about convenient. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
Welcome back to the Soldier Salute. 2026 version, the 4th year we've had this tournament. Stephen Grace and Mark Ironside sitting in the corner, the southeast corner, I believe it is. Looking across all 6 of the mats. Heard from a couple of people getting here today that were curious where the women's mats were. And
a lot of people curious about that.
Unfortunately, they weren't getting the numbers. I mean, I remember Josh was talking last year, and they had to almost do more of a round-robin style because they just didn't quite get as many women's teams as they were hoping to. So they decided to make this an all-men's event. But then in early February, I think when we're on our road trip out east, they're going to have a dual tournament here. So instead of having everything going on here with the Soldier Salute at the same time, they're going to have a separate event here inside Extreme Arena.
Yeah, it's going to be the For Her tournament. It's a quadrangular dual team tournament, and I don't know the names of the teams, but I know there's some pretty darn good teams that are going to be here, and should be a lot of fun. I'm pretty sure it's only a one-day tournament. I would assume with only 4 teams, but should be a really fun tournament to come and watch as we get closer. You have to maybe text Josh or bring him up here and talk about it maybe at some point in time would be the best thing to do.
Yeah. Well, when I talked to him yesterday, he's like, oh, yeah, I'll stop up a few times. So we just got to text him and remind him that, hey, we'd love to have you up here. Waiting Cale Voyovich, who will be taking on Patrick Jordan of VMI. That one should be coming out here right now over on mat number 4. Sports women wrestling schedule. Yeah, they don't have on the Hawkeye Sports the specific teams listed yet, but mat number 2 just getting underway down here. It's like Paradici of UNI. Taking on Askew of North Carolina. Voyovich underway on mat number 4. This is Cale Voyovich at 149 pounds. He's taking on Patrick Jordan of VMI.
Cale's ornery. I like watching him wrestle. Prepped out of City High. He's had some good wins. He's wrestling from this front headlock, really going out front for that whip over there, but he allowed his opponent's head to pop out underneath his armpit. You cannot do that. You have to keep that head down underneath you there. But I like how he was going for it. You know, I mean, he was going for more.
So Cale Voyovich,
nice shot right there.
Hits that left-handed high crotch. Looked like Victor there for a second. Victor finished a little quicker. Cale still trying to improve his position here. Looking to cut that left arm across. Jordan, though, locked tight around our chest. Cale continuing to plant the toes and drive forward. Now he gets that arm cut across. There should be nothing yet. He's got that arm across, but what am I missing there? Is that because he doesn't have the right arm wrapped around Mark? And there he finally finishes for the 3. So I was looking at Cale's high school credentials, Mark. Finished 3rd as a freshman in Ohio. Then they moved to Oklahoma, where he was a champion and a runner-up. Then they moved to Iowa, where he was a champion. I'm not going to tempt him. Voyovich in on that same high crotch attempt. Gets rolled all the way through. Continues hanging on to that leg.
Where'd those come from?
My mom and dad.
Oh, my Lord. Homemade.
Victor still head to the outside. Exact same spot we were in that he finished for the earlier takedown. Jordan just locked around the chest. Victor cuts across, gets both of those legs.
Come on. Oh, he gets rolled through right there. Seen it coming.
And gets taken to his back. Short time in the period. And he's able to roll off.
Great job. Way to fight off.
Gives up 8 points, though. So he's down 8-3 at the end of the first period.
He was in deep on that double and just got his hips way too high. And the guy kind of like hit like a Rico roll or a cement mixer is what a lot of people call that, and came out on top for the takedown, 3-point takedown, and the 4-point near fall there. You got to know where you're at and can't let your hips get that high. You could just see him kind of getting wrapped up there and just kind of winding himself up.
Robertson starts down to begin the second, or Jordan, excuse me, starts down to begin the second period. Voyovich trailing 8-3 now. Up to their feet. There's the escape, makes it 9-3. Let's see if Kale goes back to that same high crotch or if he looks for something different.
Where's this kid he's wrestling from?
VMI, Virginia Military Institute.
Who's the coach? Do you have any idea who's coaching Air Force now?
Not offhand, but let me look real quick.
I was thinking of someone that we know. There's a left-handed high crotch again by Voyovich. But he's extended this time really far.
Now he's got him draped up over the back.
He's on his butt, though. He's not in a very good position to finish here.
Sam Barber is the head coach.
Barber, that's who it is. He came from, what's that school up in Minnesota, Minneapolis?
Augsburg.
Yeah, we'd go to that room and
yeah,
for a workout, weight cut workout, whenever we go wrestle at Minnesota. We're at Minnesota this year, right?
No, we're home.
Home against Minnesota?
Yep.
Good.
Joe Johnston is one of the assistants on his staff.
At Air Force?
Yeah.
Who used to be at Missouri.
Yep. 9-3 as we go to the third period. Victor Voyovich trailing. He's going to start down. Or Kale, excuse me. Kale. Victor's on deck on mat 3.
Joe Johnson, he was a national champ, right? He was a champ. He won it, right?
I believe so, yeah.
He didn't. I don't think he was runner-up. I think he won it.
I think he won it. 157.
When Jimmy was here. Now I got to know, I got to know if he's a national champ, if he won it, or he was a runner-up. We should know that. We called those matches, Steven. I'm disappointed in you. You weren't there to call then?
No.
All right, well, then you're excused. I should know that. Kale Voyovich on bottom, hits a Granby roll. Just about to get the reversal here.
No,
Still
he was
got it.
runner-up in 05 and then 6th in 06.
Runner-up. I think he was runner-up to the assistant coach at Minnesota right now. What the heck's his name? I'm drawing a blank. I can see him. I can see his face.
Eggum's ahead.
Not Sanders. The other guy.
It'll come to me. There's a shot by Kale, excuse me, but again,
VMI
Jordan rolling him through. Now we're extended. Is it Becker?
Yes, Becker. I knew it started with B.
Yeah.
Brandon Becker. Double B.
Caleb about ready to get taken down, but able to hustle to his feet. Squares.
That's who beat him in the finals.
35 seconds to go. Voyovich down 9-4. He's going for broke. Double overs, and he can't quite get it. And then almost gets whipped over, but they go out of bounds. 25 on the clock. Riding time not a factor. As soon as this match is done, we'll get a station ID break. Kale's got to get something big here, though. There's a stall call as they go out of bounds. Tries those double overs again. Jordan just turns and keeps that left foot inbounds, and now Kale just hanging out right there. And he is going to lose by a score of 9-5. So he will drop down.
Wrestling event number 1, 157 pounds.
So as we await the next Hawkeye to come out, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling. Continuing on, second round matches here.
57 pounds, Lane Snyder, Tarleton State.
Victor Voyovich on deck on mat 3. Jordan Williams up on mat number 4. Williams will be taking on Jonathan Malovich of Bull Trained Academy. Voyovich will be taking on Peyton Park of the Bull Trained Academy. Williams went to concussion protocol in his first match, but then came back out and got the fall. So I think, is this Sammy Henson's Bull Trained?
I don't know. I don't know. It's new to me. I don't know who that is. But I
There's
can see
Williams
him being a bull.
In that big move situation. Almost got thrown, but was able to square back up. Goes into a whizzer here.
So what's the Bull Trained Academy? I don't understand what that is. So is that high school?
Bull Trained, two-time NCAA champion Sammy the Bull Henson.
Is it a high school wrestling club? These are high school kids?
No.
Wrestling in college open tournaments, which happens and can?
There's a cradle locked in over there by Williams. Trying to finish it over on the edge. Gets the 3 takedown, and now he's getting some near falls as well.
There's the fall.
Jordan Williams not wasting any time. 1:06 the time of the fall. I didn't know if he was in a great spot to finish that, but he was able to turn him back in just a little bit.
Bryce Hefner, North Carolina. Luke Leclerc, Bellarmine, and your match on mat number 1.
This says 4th through 12th grade, and they're homeschooled kids. I don't know if that's the only program.
So a bunch of high school kids.
Yeah. So here comes Victor Voyovich against another member of that academy, Peyton Park. That's on mat number 3 now.
And on mat number 6, 157 pounds, Charlie Evans of Navy. Laird Root, North Carolina.
Victor reaches for that left-handed high crotch, but Park keeps the arms down, legs back. Voyovich, a couple of big snaps. Shot by Park, tap the head, hits that sweep from a ways away. Victor hipping into him. Now gets draped up over the back. Victor scrambles through, grabs a leg. Now he's got Park draped on his back. Voyovich trying to clear that left ankle, leaning back into Park, trying to come through the back door here. Now gets flattened out. Park still sitting on our back. Now we elevate him, get him draped again off to the side. And they will stalemate it. 1:49 to go here, first period. Victor's wrestling right now. KL lost earlier. Minute 30 to go now. There's a sweep by Voyovich, and he's able to reach across and grab that other leg as Park was trying to scramble. Then he comes out front, intentionally releases him right away. So 3-1 is the lead for Victor. Minute 10 to go, first period. Teague Travis of Missouri out to an 11-0 lead on mat number 4. Mat number 1, Hepner of North Carolina gets the win. Another fall down here on mat number 2 for Showalter of North Carolina.
North Carolina sporting some new singlets.
Another takedown down there for Victor Voyovich. Trying to get a tilt down there.
Victor's racking up some points.
Coming out front. Still hasn't given the escape.
Oh, he's got to release him a little bit here.
Comes Sebastian Robles for his first match on mat number 1. Robles taking on Jack Thompson of UNI.
That's the younger brother of Logan and Max.
Yep. Victor leads 6-1 at the end of the first period on mat 3. Robles on mat 1. Robles, a senior out of Tucson, Arizona. Hasn't seen a lot of mat time, at least competition-wise. 17-10 record in his career. He's a guy that everybody likes having around in that room. He's been on a few road trips, helping guys. Thompson in on a shot. Robles trying to get locked through the crotch, cracking down.
He's such a good kid. Great teammate. He's got to be a senior by now.
Yeah,
right?
he is. Down there on mat number 3, Voyovich in the top position after Park chose down to begin the second. Victor throwing the legs in. Now he's trying to get a wing on the left side. See if he can get a half or a wrist on the right. It's always interesting, some of these tournaments, because Tom was in Robles' corner, and all of a sudden he goes sprinting down to mat 3, joins Morningstar in Voyovich's corner, and hollers for Telford to run down and get into Robles' corner.
Cruz is in his corner too, Robles' corner as well. But yeah, Tom, well, first of all, Tom went down to Robles' corner because nobody was there. And then after he sat there for a little while, he had Telford come down. Tom wants to be over there with Voyovich, who has potential to be one of the starters at 157 between him and Jordan Williams, which will be an interesting matchup in the finals, providing them both meet there.
Right now, Victor gave the escape, and then an inadvertent finger to the face causes an injury time, so it'll be Victor's choice. So Victor leads 6-2, and then he'll get his choice to start down with 44 seconds left in the second period. Robles still no score. 20 seconds left in the first period with Thompson of UNI.
Victor hand control out. 1 point escape. Makes it 7-2.
There's a nice reshot.
In on the head, the outside. That's his patented shot right there. Nice takedown right there by Voyovich. He's got the leg in. See if he can work this leg Turk right here. That's his patent. He's got left
cross first.
Nice.
Cross face.
There he is working the leg Turk, getting some near falls.
So that'll be another 4 count. Not going to be able to adjust enough before the period comes to an end to get the fall, but it will be a 14-2 lead for Voyovich.
Great job, though, off that shot, going right into that leg Turk, knowing where you're at and using it. No score at the end of the first period between Robles and Thompson.
Robles did get called for stalling.
He starts down here to start the second period.
Now we got blood time, it looks like, as Park where he got hit. Getting that wiped up. Robles to his feet, gets the escape, so he leads 1-0. Minute 25 to go, second period. Second session this afternoon, scheduled to start at 3:30. There's a shot by Robles, low single, gets down to the ankle. Thompson reaching back, trying to grab a wrist. Robles elevates it high, trying to climb up that leg, looking to trip him down. Thompson showing some good flexibility. Robles continuing to drive, gets to that far hip, but can't quite secure it. Continuing to elevate. There's an escape, and now a shot attempt by Victor down there on mat number 3. Whizzer thrown in on mat number 1 by Thompson, and Robles still has that leg. Thompson trying to sneak that leg inside for that Merkel position. And right on the edge into Bobby Telford's lap. Robles still on that ankle, trying to pull it back in.
There you go.
Elevates it high, but couldn't hang on to it.
How could you not finish that right there? Oh, and then he lost the
grip as the period comes to an end.
Man.
Easiest, hardest sport in the world.
Missed opportunity there. Like, so had that takedown.
Voyovich gets another takedown to secure the 18-2 tech fall. Minute to go in the third period. So back down to action here on mat number 1. Thompson will start down to begin the third. To his feet, escape. So that one's tied up at 1 apiece. Leister bowling on deck on mat number 4.
On mat 6, 165 pounds, Ryan Vigil, BMI, Kyler Canuck.
Shot by Thompson.
On mat 3, Joel
Robles trying to scramble through, gets caught in that neutral danger, but able to roll off. Hanging on to Thompson's ankle. Thompson grabbing on, kind of pulling ours back, looking to roll him through for the neutral danger. Now Robles looking to sit up. Robles trying to elevate it, but they're going to stalemate it with a minute to go.
Kind of a good match for a 1-1 score. It's been a lot of rolling around and scrambles and action. Nobody's just been able to make anything happen. There's Luke and Ty Eustace together hanging out and talking. It's cool to see.
Mat number 6 right now, Kyler Kanak of UNI. Was he a Waterloo Columbus?
Yes.
That's what I was thinking. Taking on Ryan Vigil of VMI. Vigil leads that one. 30 seconds left, regulation right now between Robles of Iowa and Thompson of UNI. Shot by Robles, reshot by Thompson. Neither guy able to secure a leg. Thompson, another high crotch attempt. Robles sat to his butt, locked around the crotch, trying to roll him through. Thompson hanging onto that ankle underneath. Thompson should be able to finish, but Robles rolls him all the way through. Now Thompson sits back into him and gets the 3 takedown.
Dang it.
Well, Thompson will win that one by a score of 4-1 over Sebastian Robles. Well, before Leicester Bowling comes out, let's step out for another 1-minute break right now. We'll be back with more of the 2026 Soldier Salute right after this. This is Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Hawk fans, stop in and visit the newly renovated guest rooms at Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. Stay within walking distance of Xtreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of Hawk Talk with Jan Jensen and Ben McCullum. Come together at Hyatt Regency Coralville, where everything you need is right here.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Welcome back to the 4th annual Soldier Salute, Extreme Arena in Coralville, alongside Mark Ironside, Stephen Grace saying thanks for joining us. Mat number 4, the next Hawkeye to compete, Leicester Bowling, taking on Tyler Icy of Nebraska, wrestling unattached. Mat number 2, we've got CJ Torres, Alex Marinelli in his corner.
Sloan Swan of Wyoming.
Bowling picked up the win earlier, 4-2 over North Dakota State. As we saw a lot of Greco stuff. Now they stopped something momentarily. It looks like, not sure if that was a finger to an eye or what that was.
Hey, there's Josh.
Yeah, there's Shammy. You're good?
No, come on.
You need to come on here.
Yeah, come here.
I'll even let you have my seat, Shammy.
Nobody out there pays to hear from me.
Yeah, they do, because you know what's going on.
You need another chair.
No, we're good. I need to stand for a little bit anyways.
Your back's hurting?
Legs, they get tight.
Oh, I hear you. I need to sit.
How's it going?
It's good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So we were talking about
tournament.
A lot of people questioning why there's no women in this tournament.
Yeah.
Having a lot of answers and questions to that. And we were talking about that For Her tournament that you guys, the inaugural For Her tournament. Can you talk about, I mean, I could, and I already did a little bit, but you can talk about the specific dates, and then also kind of like the For Her, like the brand, the For Her, and where that came from, where it stemmed from, what that means, and then also who's coming to the tournament.
Yeah. Well, obviously it's noticeable that the women aren't part of Soldier Salute anymore, and that really was a reason for there was some conflict in that we had to move the dates, and they have their national duels next weekend. So there's quite a few teams that would come that can't afford to fly home Monday and then turn around and fly back Thursday.
National duels are up in Cedar Falls at the Unidome.
Yeah. So, we knew that was going to present a problem, and so we agreed to create a brand new tournament just for the women, and that's what's going to happen in February. We have coined it the For Her Duels, and it'll be a really fun, interesting setup and structure. We're going to have 4 NAIA programs and then 4 NCAA programs. They'll wrestle their pool, and then they'll wrestle their place at the conclusion of the pool play. And, the format could be really cool, and I hope to kind of even expand it further and maybe have 4 divisions in future years to where you have an NAIA, an NCAA, a JUCO, and then a club pool. There's a lot of growing programs around the country that are in club form right now, Oklahoma State, Columbia, many others. So we could do 4 pools and then wrestle the semis and could get really big really fast. So it should be a lot of fun.
What's the date of that?
This year it's actually a little interesting. It'll be on Super Bowl Sunday. So, and the main reason we did that was to take advantage to see if it'll work. It's the day after Boys State duels. So we have
the mats already are in here.
Mats are here, ready to roll.
So you have the girls' state tournament.
2 days. Thursday, Friday. Boys State duels Saturday. For Her duels Sunday. So
you just
4 days of wrestling.
You just love to work your staff like just nonstop for these tournaments.
They
just
don't have to change mats.
I know, but it's just like one thing after another after another. You do it all the time.
You know what? I think they kind of like it. I hope. And between Eustace and I, we've turned them all into wrestling fans. It's one more thing we try to do to help the sport.
But when you think about that, the girls' state wrestling tournament here Thursday, Friday, the boys' state duels here on Saturday, and that on Sunday, these restaurants and hotels around here, they've got to be going 100 miles an hour working overtime and bringing in extra help and everything for 5 days straight. That's a huge weekend.
They love it. And I'll tell you a story. I was just telling Command Sergeant Major, the gentleman that was down here, Command Sergeant Major Strausser. He's the highest ranking enlisted guy in the state. He reports to the governor. He'll hand out our awards tomorrow night like he does every year. But I was telling him a story about Boys State duels, and I said, the athletic club that's right outside here, it has all that vintage stuff from Iowa, and I go, last year they came in and they asked me and Luke if there's any way, shape, or form we can get them a Don Bosco singlet. And I'm like, what the heck do they want a Don Bosco singlet for? The restaurant said that Don Bosco's the school that got them as close as possible to running out of Busch Light. And they want to commemorate Don Bosco families and friends and hang their singlet in the restaurant.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
Command Sergeant, the Catholics are drinking that much Busch Light? I said, I don't know if it's a true story, but they credit Don Bosco
That's awesome.
for the award.
That's great. That's really great.
Good action going on right now. Torres down 10-0. He's wrestling unattached. Now he just gets a quick reversal. I was just looking. I didn't recognize his name. It looks like he was committed to Vodtech, but he's going to flip to Iowa, it sounds like. So Alex Marinelli working him in the corner. Leicester Bowling down by a score of 4-0 over on mat number 4.
So this is a high school kid?
I think so. So, Josh, I know we talk. I mean, this is the 4th year we've done this, and, you grew up as a military kid, and it's the Soldier Salute. We've got all the flags of the different branches there, but just remind everybody, the meaning, the importance. Coach Brands talked in his media availability. It's the Soldier Salute. You kind of take for granted it's just called the Soldier Salute, but we're here to help recognize, honor military personnel across the country.
Yeah, I mean, it means a lot to me. I've always wanted to do it, and obviously I was fortunate enough to be in a position to kind of pull the trigger on creating a tournament. And, it's for the reasons for the service members. I grew up, as you said, military, spent the first 18, 19 years of my life on military bases in Cuba, Puerto Rico, San Diego, and Pensacola, Florida, Key West, all those naval air stations. And so I grew up with the USO, one of the beneficiaries, and what that did for our family. And so I always wanted to do this, and again, I was fortunate enough to pull the trigger on doing it, and we're doing our darndest to kind of grow it. It's been hard, obviously, and we'll continue to do better. I think we have 21 different programs or teams represented this year, and all the teams that do come to town, we try to really roll out the red carpet, whether that be Coach Cole at North Carolina or Cole out at Navy, Missouri. Coach Smith, talked to him last night. He just wasn't here last year, sent up a bunch of guys, heard it was great, decided to bring everybody this year. He told me his favorite part so far was it only took him 3 hours and 40 minutes to get here.
Yeah.
And so we'll continue to do the best we can. The most important part is the beneficiary. We don't make any money on this tournament, and so it's important that fans show up. Obviously, fans come to see Iowa, and so it's important Iowa is represented, and we bring out the fans because every dollar we make, we end up donating to the service members. This year, we're not going to be contributing to USO. We're going to contribute to the National Guard unit for the soldiers that were just killed in Syria just a couple weeks ago, unfortunately. And so we're doing our best to help our local National Guard and service members.
It's just great. I mean, you just say that and just goosebumps.
I know, I am too. Seriously, I love it.
That's one of those. Mark and I were talking earlier, wrestling. I said it's either the easiest, hardest sport in the world or the hardest, easiest sport in the world. But you look at the military, and, I mean, that is something that's the hardest thing in the world. Just the time, the commitment, the dedication, never knowing where you're going to be. I mean, just so much respect needs to be given to the military servicemen and women and the things that they do, the training they have to go through, and the preparedness that they have to be ready for. And so big tip of the cap to them, and I'm always glad that we're able to come here and be able to help support them and do whatever we can to say thank you to them and do it with the wrestling tournament on the side.
Yeah, like I said, it means a lot to me. I bring my dad down. He's I don't know how old he is now, maybe 76, something like that. But last year I brought him down and I got him in the back room. I worked some deals to get a credential for him. And
you knew a guy?
He hung out with the Navy team.
Nice.
He's Navy, career Navy. And, Coach Colad arrives yesterday, and first thing he says is your dad coming down to hang with us? So it's really a big part of my life. And fortunately, I wasn't going to clear a medical because of a birth condition I had with my heart, and I otherwise I would have been in the military. It was what I wanted to do my whole life, and didn't work out for me. But this is a way I can do something to continue supporting service members.
It's been a good tournament so far. Some exciting matches going on. We're looking forward to a full weekend here, and it's just I love this venue too. I mean, aside from my eyesight, I've gone past 45, and it's just
Mark and I were talking
5 years ago I could see just fine down on clock 6, and now it's like I think I can see what it is.
Look at these guys down here. See, this is another school that's really cool. The story is Tarleton State.
Yes.
Okay, they came here last year, and we let them in as a club, and now they're full whatever they are, NCAA, and so these guys here are getting matches and getting better, and there's the sport expanding in the state of Texas.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The first Texas
That's freaking awesome.
NCAA school, this Tarleton State.
Yeah. Those are the things we need. I mean, we just saw the news yesterday, Cal Baptist dropping their program, and you hate to see that, but you love to see those success stories of a Tarleton State and being able to find ways to support them and help them.
Bellarmine was like that.
Yeah.
The first year they came.
Yep.
So that's what brings me a lot of joy I know Luke's the same way, is the fact that you see these cool, these guys from Army that are here. The way I was described as their Army prep. So they're a year away from going to West Point and getting the academy.
Okay.
So all these guys are young guys that will be at West Point in the academy in a year. So that's pretty cool. And I think we'll have Army back here.
I was just going to ask about Army and Air Force.
Yeah, Air Force was always a challenge because the way we used to have the dates, they really shut down between Christmas and New Year's Day. Army, we had a great relationship with Coach Ward, Kevin Ward, and obviously he moved on and is now an assistant at Okie State. And Coach Nickerson is there, and we think they'll get back in the schedule as well. This gentleman right here in the full dress, the Marine, is the commanding officer for the Navy team. So,
okay.
He's walking around. You don't want to walk through that guy, probably. No. So, good guy.
It's cool, doing this gig. And a few years ago, we got to go to West Point, and that was just amazing.
Yeah.
And to see the mess hall that they have that feels like you're in a cathedral. And they said that it's basically everybody comes in, they sit down, they've got their food, they're up clearing their stuff like within 15 minutes. And it's just boom, to a T. And that's pretty cool. You talk Bellarmine. Their wrestling room is an old church.
Yeah.
They took an old church close to campus and cleared out the sanctuary, put the wrestling mats in. That's their wrestling room. It's like wrestlers don't need that. They don't need fancy. Let's just get me a mat and we'll get after it.
I was just down in Charleston in November. I went down for that throwdown on the Yorktown.
Okay.
Wrestling men's and women's matches on the aircraft carrier. And
where were we? We were watching that.
Yeah, we were.
Really cool.
I think we were down in
Oklahoma.
Yeah, we were down at the National Duels.
National Duels in Oklahoma. That looks so cool.
It was amazing, and we were in. It was at Citadel.
Okay.
So Citadel was here the first year, and so I talked to their coach while I was down there, and he's anxious to get back here as well. So anything we can do for these academies. I've invited Coast Guard. I said, listen, I would love to have you guys here, and I know you're D2, but we'll provide an exemption, a sponsor's exemption that as another academy, you can come in here and wrestle.
Speaking of wrestling, real quick, Gabe Arnold out on the mat, down on mat number 6, up to a 6-2 lead. He's taking on Peyton Westfall of Missouri.
I don't think that's not their starter.
No.
Patrick had an overtime match with their starter, I think, at National Duels.
Yes. Now I'm drawing a blank on his name, but Cam Steed, that's what it is.
Yeah, Steed, yeah. Hey, how many schools did you say are participating here today?
We've got 20 schools and then one kind of a club. I don't recall their name.
The Bull.
Bull Train.
Bull Train. Is that Sammy Henson?
No, originally I don't know if Sammy Henson or Alex Marinelli. I'm like, which Bulls are we talking about?
Yeah, Sammy Henson. We looked it up, and it's.
Is it his club?
Yeah.
Well, there's a Bull Academy, and it was looks like it's for like private school, like it's for high school kids.
But if it was all these kids from his club, I think he'd be here, and I haven't seen him.
Well, they only have 2 guys.
Oh, only 2? I was thinking they had like 4 or 5.
Yeah. At least I thought they registered only 2. Maybe some more.
I think there's just the 2, yeah.
So, yeah, 20 different schools. And,
wrestling now on mat 1.
Once they get here and they understand how it's set up and the proximity to the restaurants and the hotel. And
that's why I know, like, Branch loves it here.
Branch, I mean, he loves it. So does Cole. And obviously the Navy guys love it, and it's we enjoy hosting them. It's fun to, once the day's over for the day and the sessions, to go just shoot the breeze with them. And
Gabe gets an escape to start the second, leads 10-2. The thing it's kind of torn because we get done hopefully around 2 as there's Arnold, another double leg, gives him a 13-2 lead. And we're done 1:30, 2 o'clock, and we come back at 3:30. It's like, man, that's a quick turnaround for a quick lunch break, but it's also nice to be done by like 8 o'clock and not stick around. There's years when we were at Midlands that, it's 11:30 before we're getting done. And
yeah, we don't like that. We want to support those that need some lubrication next door before they come back and watch.
That's why it's Think Iowa City. You guys, it's not just the sports. You're thinking about everybody. It's a holistic approach.
Another good guy down there, former Hawk, Troy Steiner.
Yep.
Comes down with a bunch of Gophers.
We were
talking to Zach Sanders last night, and probably brought up a bad subject. I brought up Matt McDonough. And I think Zach went 0-7 against McDonough.
Yeah, they wrestled a lot.
They did. I was telling him, I said, Zach, I'm going to tell you because, you know, I'm kind of related to Matt's family, and I said, you and Brandon Preeson were the two that would just drive me nuts when I saw that he was coming up and going to wrestle one of you two in the bracket. I would get a little worked up and nervous for you and Preeson.
Yeah.
But Matt, I never needed to be worried with Matt and Sanders.
Preeson, I mean, he had what was he, about 0-2 or 0-3 before he finally hit a headlock, and then just like shifted things and took over from there.
Yeah. I remember that. That was in Chicago, right?
Yeah. I can't remember if it was Midlands or was it a duel. Yeah, it was just the duel meet. Yeah, hit that left-handed headlock and just...
McDonough had his own left-handed headlock that he'd hit once in a while and kind of take people off guard a little bit with it. McDonough was just a stingy, scrappy, clingy, just... His opponents just nobody ever, you wouldn't want to wrestle McDonough.
Yeah. As Gabe Arnold gets a takedown, give him a 19-4 tech fall. So he moves
says he
on.
runs into, Zach runs into him every now and then. They just shoot, they talk for a while.
Zach's such a good guy.
He's a very nice guy.
Really good guy.
Yeah. Hey, I'm going to let you go because I'm really bad at this and you guys are pros.
Oh, no, you're tearing it up, Shammy. So
thanks for both of you being here. And, Mark, everything you do. I mean, you got great apparel. You're obviously now our big partner in Dan Gable, Donnybrook. There isn't anything you ever say no to when we ask. And every time I hit you up and say, can I get like 10 shirts? And you always make it work. So I appreciate you so much.
I appreciate you letting us be in here and be part of all these events that you have in here. And honestly, I don't have to do a whole lot. Stacy takes care of pretty much everything for me. So.
Well, everybody make sure you save the dates for May. Because, you know, I did a dumb thing, and I agreed to do more wrestling. So we're hosting the Senior Pan Am Games here, and that'll be amazing. There'll be some crazy good athletes that'll be coming here, hopefully beating the snot out of everybody in South America and the Canadians to our north right here at the arena. And I'm looking forward to that. Anytime we can host these international and these top U.S. talent.
What's the dates, do you know?
I think it's like May 6th through the 9th or 7th through the 10th. I don't have it. It's the week before graduation, so we'll really dress up the place kind of like we did for World Cup, except for it'll mostly be purple because that's the Continental Championship color. And it'll look cool. We'll have a lot of countries here. I think 31 different countries will be here.
Men's and women's?
Men's and women's and Greco.
And Greco.
So it's all three senior level ones. And
that's going to be a full 3 days.
Yeah, it's actually over 4. They do it over 4 days. And I told Rich that when we were in Croatia signing this contract, I said, if you promise me 30 medals, I'll do it. So Greco probably needs to make sure they step up.
Yeah. All right, well, Shammick, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Have Riley get you one of those caramels from my mom and dad, homemade caramels.
You know, I've had them before, and I'm glad you brought them back. Thank you very much. See you guys.
Yep, thanks, Josh.
Thanks, Josh.
Josh Schamberger, Executive Director of the Iowa City Coralville Convention and Visitors Bureau, Think Iowa City Sports Commission, you name it. He does a little bit of everything, and he's the brainchild behind this tournament, and we are so thankful for him and everything that he does.
And his staff.
And the staff as well does a great job, and they're always
a well-oiled machine around here when it comes to events, that's for sure.
Let's step out as we await some more Hawkeye action here, the 2026 Soldier Salute. You're listening to it. This is Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit the newly renovated guest rooms at Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. Stay within walking distance of Xtreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of Hawk Talk with Jan Jensen and Ben McCullum. Come together at Hyatt Regency Coralville, where everything you need is right here.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Welcome back to Extreme Arena, the 2026 Soldier Salute. Stephen Grace and Mark Ironside working through second round action. Looks like Brody Sampson and Harvey Luddington, the next two Hawkeyes up. They are on deck on mats 3 and 4, respectively. Pin down safety this season. Don't get caught off guard. Grab electric and natural gas safety tips at midamericanenergy.com. On the mats right now, mat number 1, Nash Benko of Army Prep taking on Jared Thyree of South Dakota State. That one's scoreless in the third. Benko does have riding time. Mat number 2, Waylon Cressell wrestling unattached, a 7-4 lead over Jarrett Watson of South Dakota State. Mat number 3, Eddie Nietenbach of Wyoming, a 16-3 lead over Connor Gaynor of South Dakota State. Mat number 4, Shane McConville of South Dakota State, scoreless with Aiden Schlett of North Carolina. Mat number 5, Zion Hall of Navy has a 6-0 lead over Drew Fox of Northern Iowa. And on mat number 6, Keenan Sheridan of South Dakota State leads Jonathan Sanchez of Navy by a score of 4-0. Team scores, and I don't remember who exactly is scoring for the Hawkeyes, but as of right now, Iowa sitting in third. Missouri leads with 29, North Carolina has 24, Iowa 23, Wyoming 20, and then Northern Iowa with 19 for your top 5. Brody Sampson making his way out now on mat number 3. Sampson taking on Mikey Colagno of North Carolina. That is on mat number 3. Sampson, the redshirt freshman out of Ballard Huxley. Went 1-2 wrestling unattached last year at this tournament. 6-4 record on the year. Mat number 4 is where Luddington waits on deck. Sampson throwing an underhook in, but Colagno right away tried to clamp that overhook, and Sampson says, I'm not comfortable, I'm clearing out of that. Pretty okay crowd making their way in. Each side probably about half full. The end's pretty open. Colagno had a 2-on-1. Sampson clears out. Tries to penetrate, looking for that high crotch attempt, but Colagno kept the hands down. Snaps from that collar tie. Colagno trying to go to an overhook. Sampson looking for that high crotch. Now Colagno going underhook on the other side. Brody clears out of that, though. Trying to see the clock. 30 seconds to go here, first period. Tell Colagno doing a lot with the upper body stuff.
Now wrestling on mat
Sampson takes a shot, gets to the leg, trying to elevate it. Short time here. Looking to cut across. Now switches off down to the ankle. Trying to elevate with 8 seconds left. Whizzer thrown in by Cologno. And it looks like this one will head to the end of the period. No score.
Next up on mat 6, Toby Schafstall.
So we go to the second period. Sampson scoreless. He'll start in the top position. I think they said 11:29 is the last bout this session, so we might get done a little early here this time around.
That's good. Gives more to chow on a little bit of lunch, so I don't eat all these caramels before lunch.
Over here on mat number 1, Rowan Udell. Iowa City Regina Prep just got pinned by Joey Novak of Wyoming. Escape down there for Cologno against Brody Sampson. So the North Carolina Tar Heel leads by a score of 1-0. Luddington on deck on 4. Finally starting to get some heavyweights out there. Didn't have any opening round matches for them.
Well, that was Sampson's first match too, wasn't it?
Yeah. I don't think there was any 97 or heavyweight first round matches. Mat number 1 right now, Garrett Stromberg of UNI taking on Christian Carroll, formerly of Iowa State, now at Wyoming. Sampson will head to the third period down 1-0. Hawk fans, enjoy your home away from home at Coralville's All-Suite Homewood Suites, Iowa River Landing, and Home 2 Suites Hilton Hotels. Relax in spacious suites with kitchens. Enjoy free breakfast, 24-hour gym, pool, hot tub, and more. Perfectly located for your next Hawkeye visit. Sampson starts down to begin the third, gets a huge mat return. Spiking those hips. Trying to get back to that base, but Cologno hooking that near ankle. Sampson had 12 seconds of riding time coming into this period. Trying to hit back into Cologno. Cologno working that right wrist, trying to throw that leg in. Now he's got Sampson's arm up onto the back, into a chicken wing.
Who's this heavyweight over here for you and I?
Stromberg.
Well, that Wyoming heavyweight, they got some big boys.
Yeah, that's that Christian Carroll. He was their 97-pounder at Iowa State last year.
That's what you were saying, yeah.
Sampson to his feet as Cologno trying to throw that leg in. Sampson just can't quite get clear. Right on the edge, they slide out of bounds, no points. So he's about ready to give up his riding time. Trailing 1-0, so he's got to get an explosion here.
Where's this Sampson from?
Ballard Huxley. There's the riding time advantage. Sampson to his feet. Can't quite get the hand controls. He gets pulled back down to the mat.
Now up on mat number 4, 197 pounds.
And he's about ready to get tilted here. Now he's turning back in. Caught that leg, but he didn't quite get the hips around enough. And with 20 seconds left, he's going to have to explode for a reversal just to get to sudden victory. Ludington coming out on mat number 4. He's taking on Grant Anderson of Bellarmine. And he gets a cradle locked in right away. Looking to run that over.
That's pretty tight if you can get that shoulder popped out. Got to get that shoulder popped out.
Ludington trying to get the fall. Sampson loses. There is Ludington running that up over, getting the swipes. Sampson loses on a riding time point, 2-1. Ludington gets his 4. Lost the grip on it, so he gives the escape, goes right back into his sweep, and catches that arm underneath, trying to hip in, looking to get some near falls again. Now he's looking to settle back the other way. Alex Marinelli grabbing the stuff. He's like, this one's over. There it is. 53 seconds, the time of the fall for Harvey Ludington. We will step out for another break. We'll be back with more from Coralville right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
Hey fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
You asked for all the extreme internet performance at an all-in price, and we listened. Get 1 gig internet with a 2-year price lock and everything included. Unlimited data for non-stop streaming, powerful Wi-Fi for enhanced coverage, built-in online threat protection, and internet equipment. All for just $65 a month for 2 years. It's the extreme 1 gig internet deal you asked for. Call 844-4FASTER or visit extreme.com for details. Offer available to new customers only. Price doesn't include one-time charges, tax, and government fees.
Welcome back to the Soldier Salute. Stephen Grace and Mark Ironside at Extreme Arena in Coralville. Working through heavyweight matches. Second round. These are the first matches for all these heavyweights. I'm pretty sure I had heard Tanya Verbeek say earlier that we will be wrestling only through about 11:29.
Oh, that's Dort Mayhap.
Oh, Dorothy, that's right. Sorry.
Dort Mayhap. Tanya's not here.
That's right. I knew I said the wrong one after I said it, but
she does a great job announcing.
Yes, she does.
I didn't realize she does women's basketball too.
Really? Mm-hmm. I did not know that.
Part of it. She's part of the show. Her and Gallagher.
I just like when you're at a women's match and she's explaining things as you go.
Yeah, she does.
Knowing there's a lot of fans that are used to, the folk style that the men wrestle, but knowing there's a little bit of difference with the freestyle, explaining things as they go. On the mats right now, Christian Carroll of Wyoming, a 5-2 lead over Grant Stromberg of Northern Iowa. Mat number 2, 197 pounds. Anthony Harris of Oklahoma has a 6-1 lead over Adam Shern of North Dakota State. Mat number 3, Kobe Merrill, wrestling unattached, has a 16-3 lead over Evan McGuire, also wrestling unattached. Mat number 4, Cade Ziola of Nebraska and McCrae Haggerty of Iowa State, no score. Mat number 5, also at heavyweight, Bennett Tabor of Minnesota, a 3-0 lead over Charles Wiedemann of Army Prep. And on mat number 6, back at 197 pounds, Evan Bates of Missouri, Toby Schaffstall of VMI, no score. So they just have the heavyweight matches. There are no more wrestlebacks that have been released yet. I don't know if there would be any, because most of the guys that lost in that opening round would then come back and get a bye just because the brackets are open. Then you get a guy like Lavazola who got a bye in his first round and then got beat and then gets a bye in his wrestlebacks. So he's already one match away from the round of 12 with wrestling one match.
That's crazy.
Hawks 6 points out of first place, trailing Missouri and North Carolina. Missouri with 29, North Carolina 24, and then Iowa and Wyoming tied with 23. Forgot to ask Josh, but this is one of those that you can choose multiple guys per weight class. You just pick your 10 scores. Is that correct? You don't necessarily have one guy at each weight class. So,
yeah. Yep.
Our next session will begin at 3:30.
We'll see how things shake out. Always a lot of points that can be had in the backside of some of those. Dodge Street Tire and Auto, locally owned and operated, voted best of the area for a dozen straight years, proudly supports Iowa wrestling. Trust Dodge Street Tire for honest auto repair and the best deals on Goodyear and Toyo tires. Dodge Street Tire and Auto, celebrating over 30 good years on the corner of Dodge and Church Streets in Iowa City. Let's take another break right now. We will come back and work on wrapping things up here from the opening session of the 2026 Soldier Salute. Back with more in a minute. You're listening to Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
Attention Hawkeye fans, Big Grove is proud to be an official craft brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Whether you're at the game or watching from home, Big Grove has got you covered. Enjoy an easy Eddie from the stands or visit them for every Hawkeye game at any of their 4 convenient Iowa locations in Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, Des Moines, or Solon. Big Grove Brewery, your official watch party headquarters of the Hawkeyes. Go Hawks! Big Grove Brewery, an official craft brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
Welcome back to Extreme Arena. Opening session winding down a little bit earlier than we had anticipated, which is never a bad thing. But before we wrap things up, a couple more things we'll be working through. First off, though, we need to step out 10 seconds for stations along the network to identify themselves. We will be back in 10 seconds. This is Iowa Wrestling. Carroll of Wyoming does get the win. And that brings out kind of an interesting matchup over on mat number 1. Jarrett Stoner, decent heavyweight for Missouri, taking on Spencer Lansaga, who's a pretty good wrestler for Navy. Lansaga leads that one by a score of 3-0. Mat number 2, Samson Stillwell of Missouri and Coy Hopkey of Minnesota just getting underway. Mat number 3, Jacob Levy of North Carolina, a 7-1 lead over Cole Will of VMI. Ziola of Nebraska on mat number 4, leading McCrae Haggerty of Iowa State 11-0. Tabor of Minnesota, a 7-3 lead over Wiedemann of Army Prep. And former Hawk Bradley Hill just getting underway on mat number 6, taking on Daniel Herrera of Iowa State.
Oh, yeah.
Was walking down to team camp this morning to grab something, and I was walking by, and I looked up, and there was a guy laying in the top bleacher. I turned and started walking. I'm like, wait a sec. And I turned back up, and it's like, hey, Bradley. Kind of waved at him. He waved back. I wasn't even thinking of him, but it's like, oh, that's Bradley Hill right there.
Where's he at now?
Oklahoma.
Matt Herrera is from Ames. He was like he came from California his senior year. to the state of Iowa, wrestled at Ames. He was recruited by Iowa State, and then he came to wrestle and be closer to the program, went to Ames High School, and he was really, really good in high school.
Near fall down there on 5 for Tabor. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Corn grows feed for our livestock, food for our families, and clean burning fuel. For your drive to the game, drive clean with Unleaded 88. Support Iowa corn farmers. Go to iowacorn.org to pump it up with Unleaded 88. Tabor finishes the fall down there. So he wins and moves on. Sneak in one more break, and then we will get Mark's thoughts on the opening session right after this. The 2026 Soldier Salute rolls on. You're listening to Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists. Shop the sales and get fuel savers. Talk about convenience. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
You asked for all the extreme internet performance at an all-in price, and we listened. Get 1 gig internet with a 2-year price lock and everything included. Unlimited data for non-stop streaming, powerful Wi-Fi for enhanced coverage, built-in online threat protection, and internet equipment. All for just $65 a month for 2 years. It's the extreme 1 gig internet deal you asked for. Call 844-4FASTER or visit extreme.com for details. Offer available to new customers only. Price doesn't include one-time charges, tax, and government fees.
At MidAmerican Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. MidAmerican Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Time now for the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield Health Coverage Report. Let's take a look at the numbers. When you enroll in a Wellmark individual or family health plan, you choose from thousands of in-network providers. And you're teaming up with Iowa's #1 health insurance company. We know healthcare in Iowa. Score great coverage from Wellmark. Find the plan that's best for you at wellmark.com/covered. Enrollment ends January 15th.
Welcome back to Coralville's Extreme Arena. Opening session about done here for the 2026 Soldier Salute. Iowa Hawkeyes sitting in third place right now. And Mark, we knew based on the lineup set, there was some guys that maybe don't see the lineup as much, that, a few of these matches might be a little bit closer or tougher and maybe not as many team points scored. But thoughts on how we saw the guys compete in that first session?
Pretty much par for the course. We didn't light it up by any means. Gabe Arnold looked really, really good. Just a lot of close matches that didn't need to be close. A lot of areas that we could definitely improve on finishing in certain situations, like where we thought a few times where we had someone dead to rights and just couldn't finish a takedown, but then it's just a good opportunity for our guys that don't get a lot of limelight and starting time, and they're basically workout partners in the room, and there's not a ton of open tournaments throughout the season. This is an awesome opportunity for them to have to be able to come out here and perform in front of some fans in Iowa City, even though it's not Carver Hawkeye Arena, Extreme Arena, and this is an awesome place for them to compete and get some match time in. That's how you improve. That's how you get better. That's how you learn. You get something to go back to the room and to work on yourself and for yourself as well too. So, and at any given time, these guys could be the starter, and that's why you just can't get complacent in that room when you might be the number 2, 3, or 4, even sometimes 4th guy on the depth chart, because you just never know what can possibly happen. That's why you don't want to just go through the motions every day and just kind of think that you'll never have a chance, and then when the time comes and you're not ready for it and you don't perform. And so this is just a good opportunity for these guys to come out and sharpen their skills a little bit and see what they got, get some great experience. And as I sit and I think about that, a perfect example is a guy like Jesse Whitmer, who I see sitting in the stands here. I had an opportunity to talk to earlier this morning. There's a guy that started basically for 3 years behind Mike Mena, and then his senior year goes out and wins a national title because he didn't just sit around and wait for his opportunity when it found itself. He worked his tail off like he was the number one guy all those years, all those 3 years, and he was ready to go when time counted. And that's what you got to do.
Again, the easiest, hardest sport. It's easy to say I need to go work hard. It's easy to say I need to prepare. It's hard to have that mindset of saying, you know what, I'm going to go torture myself, punish myself, work myself, sweat and bones to where I can barely stand up, knowing that I'm not going to get a chance to go out and prove it in front of anybody until 3 years from now. But that's what makes wrestling so great, is when you get those opportunities to see those things. So, looking forward to seeing some of these guys that lost earlier bounce back and hopefully get some more wins and continue on here through this tournament. So, Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 57 years. Oak Knoll, conveniently located near the University of Iowa Healthcare Campus, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City. A proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Visit oakknoll.com to learn more. One more time out. We will come back and wrap things up from the opening session of the Soldier Salute right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
Comedy powerhouse Dane Cook is coming to Riverside Casino and Golf Resort on Friday, February 13th. Known for his unparalleled stage presence and outrageous observational humor, Cook's catalog has been streamed over 1 billion times worldwide. Along with his unforgettable comedic genius, he has starred in movies such as My Best Friend's Girl, Employee of the Month, and Good Luck Chuck. Don't miss out. Get your tickets now at riversidecasinoandresort.com or visit our gift shop.
Hello, Iowa. Here's a promise. Wherever you are in this great state, University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you, even if you never walk through our doors. Educating, caring, leading research, sharing our expertise with all. Because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Time now for the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield Health Coverage Report. Let's take a look at the numbers. When you enroll in a Wellmark individual or family health plan, you choose from thousands of in-network providers. And you're teaming up with Iowa's #1 health insurance company. We know healthcare in Iowa. Score great coverage from Wellmark. Find the plan that's best for you at wellmark.com/covered. Enrollment ends January 15th.
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists, shop the sales, and get fuel savers. Talk about convenience. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
Final seconds of the final match tick away. Opening session is in the books for the 2026 Soldier Salute at Extreme Arena. Missouri, your team leader with 32, North Carolina 27, Wyoming with 25, and then Iowa with 23. Before we round up the top 5, so I can get my iPad to work, Navy has 20. And then Northern Iowa with 19. So we will be back. Next session starts at 3:30 this afternoon. So just a quick little break. And we'll have consolations and next round of the championship side, the quarterfinals. A lot of action coming up here yet later on this afternoon and evening from the opening day of the 2026 Soldier Salute. For Mark Ironside, big thank you to Ross back at the Learfield Studios. Big thank you to all of our sponsors making it possible for Mark and I to be here doing this all season long. We, of course, thank all of you for tuning in and listening. We'll talk to you in a couple of hours for session number 2 of the 2026 Soldier Salute. You are listening to it. This has been Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling has been brought to you by Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Also brought to you by University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. And by Oak Knoll, a not-for-profit life plan community, serving the Iowa City community for 59 years. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.
Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 15 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 15-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 10 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 10-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 5 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 5-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
on the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield. This is Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling, brought to you by University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. Also brought to you by Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. And by Oak Knoll, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City community for 59 years. Welcome to Hawkeye Wrestling.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome back into Extreme Arena for session number 2 of the 2026 Soldier Salute. Starting out with a round of consolations before we head into quarterfinals and another round of wrestlebacks as we work through the afternoon and evening hours. Mat number 2 sees Iowa's Joey Cruz out right now, taking on Austin Blanchard, wrestling unattached from North Dakota State. No score in that one, 45 seconds gone by. Cruz was into a front headlock off of a snap, unable to get anywhere with it. Said the Hawkeyes were sitting in 4th place heading into this evening's session. Cruz doing a lot on the head, but hasn't pulled the trigger yet. He was in deep 2 or 3 times in his opening round matchup. Just could not finish. And then got cradled and gave up a 4 near count and lost by 4. In a front headlock, had his elbow trapped. Jason Westbury calls stalemate. Other matches, Logan Graff of South Dakota State taking on Isaiah Harrison of Wyoming. That is who Cruz would wrestle the winner of if he were to win. Mat number 3, Cameron Stinson of North Carolina against Koufax Christensen of Oklahoma. Blake Beisel of Minnesota trailing Waylon Rogers of VMI 3-0. And Carson Duple of South Dakota State, a 3-1 lead over Cody Tanamoto of North Dakota State.
Is this Hernandez down here? On 2, or is that
Cruz?
Cruz. That's Cruz. Where's Hernandez at?
He's in the quarters.
This is only
this is just wrestlebacks. Yeah. So a full round of wrestlebacks, and then they'll do the quarters. And they only have 5 matches going on, or 5 mats right now for this wrestleback round. I don't know if they're going to do 4 matches of quarterfinals and then 2 mats with. Couple of attempts right there by Cruz, but time will run out.
Cruz pretty much chased him around that whole first period.
Blanchard defers his choice, so Cruz will start down. I was looking, Cruz is one of the 10 that score. It's Cruz and Hernandez, Bailey and Peterson, both Voyoviches, Williams, Robles, Arnold, and Leister Bowling.
Is that Bowling a true freshman?
Red shirt.
Red shirt. Where's he from again?
Colorado, yeah. Cruz quickly up to his feet, out for the escape. A shot from a non-tie by Blanchard. Cruz sprawls back, tries to whip him over, continuing to drive right there, and then goes back the other way. He's got that arm trapped, trying to get that elbow out. He stepped all the way over, but he's got to get that arm. Now they do award the 3. Blanchard right away up to his feet. Cruz lets him out for the escape. 4-1 is the lead for Cruz. minute to go, second period. Riding time at 1 second in Cruz's favor. Two-on-one put in by Blanchard. Cruz pushing the head to the opposite side, though. Just yanks the arm out of there. Comes across with 35 on the clock. Big snap. There's another shot by Blanchard. Reshot by Cruz, but Blanchard squares back up. Down to 15 to go here, second period. And it looks like these final seconds will tick away. Cruz will take a 4-1 lead into the third. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Corn grows feed for our livestock, food for our families, and clean burning fuel. For your drive to the game, drive clean with Unleaded 88. Support Iowa corn farmers. Go to iowacorn.org to pump it up with Unleaded 88. Blanchard does start down, up to his feet, out for the escape. Makes it 4-2 now. Cruz with the lead. Riding time not a factor.
Build this lead here, Cruz.
These guys have been staying relatively in the middle of the mat.
The whole match.
Just doing a lot of hand fighting so far.
All right, wrestlers, mat number 6 is now open for business. Bouts number 1146 and 1147. You will be on mat 6, so make your way there now.
Half attempt by Blanchard, another shot, and then a reshot by Cruz.
Come on,
almost around behind him, and covers for the 3.
Say, if he didn't get the 3.
Oh, nope, they waved it off.
That for sure should be 1, though, or for fleeing the mat, or a stall call. 100% for stalling. 100% should be. I mean, he literally ran out of bounds.
Yeah.
Like, ran out of bounds. How did they miss that one?
Sounds like Jace Rhodes might be coming up on mat number 6. They've got it up and running now.
So we need some officials to mat 6 as well as table workers. Thanks.
35 seconds to go for Cruz, leading 4-2. Blanchard's taken a couple of attempts, but Cruz has been able to use good defense and get reshots. Another shot right there by Blanchard. Now he's coming across with that 2-on-1. Cruz yanks the arm out of there. A sweep attempt. Cruz gets into an underhook. And Joey Cruz will stay alive on the backside. Gets the 4-2 victory over Blanchard of North Dakota State. We will shift our focus down to the far corner. Jace Rhodes taking on David Sains of Wyoming. Rhodes in on a shot right away. Trying to dump him out. And then, of course, Sains able to scramble through, grab an ankle. Now they're facing opposite directions, hanging on to each other's ankle for a stalemate.
Garrett Rinkin, University of Northern Iowa. On mat number 3 at 133 pounds, Kyle Gibson of VMI. Aiden
Fresh start from the center.
On mat number
Sweep attempt by Sains.
Nice job, Rhodes.
Job by Rhodes, hipped in, got his legs back.
Ah, there you go.
There he
Cradle it up.
pancakes him, gets the takedown.
Man, great wrestling right there by Rhodes. You know what won that? Hustle.
Yep.
Hustle won that. Not one-dimension wrestling.
mat number 6 is Jace Rhodes of Iowa, David Sains of Wyoming.
3-0, a minute gone by. Rhodes with the lead. Trying to put on a ride here. Sains gotten up to a knee at least, but Rhodes pulls him back down to the mat. On the edge, they slide out, head back to the center. Looks like about 30 seconds of riding time for Rhodes. Nice switch, though, off the restart. Signs gets out for the escape. Rhodes leads 3-1 now, halfway through this first period. Wrestling on their feet now in the center of the mat. Across with those collar ties and shot there by Signs, and Block just felt that and drove his head right into the mat and then jumps around and gets the easy 3-point go behind. (6-1) is his lead.
Can't tell how, 50 seconds?
Yeah, 45 left in the mat in the first period.
We let him go. Just pushed him away. Come on.
It looked like he was peeking at the clock trying to decide if he wanted to try to get one more or not.
Well, that's kind of what I was hinting to. Like, if we're going to cut him with 50 seconds, like we literally just cut him, then you need to make sure you do everything you can to try and get another takedown. Don't be just giving away free points. I mean, at least try to ride him then.
He did get his riding time exactly 1 minute with 10 seconds left. And it looks like they're just going to come to the end of the first period. 6-2 is the lead for Rhodes. His choice to start the second period. He'll go down. Working up to his feet. Hand control escape. Another shot by Signs. Reshot attempt by Rhodes. Now they circle out of bounds. 1:46 on the clock. 7-2 is the lead for the Hawkeye Jace Rhodes. Got Voyovich, Robles against Kennedy, and Miller yet in this round before they get into the quarterfinal action.
Kale Voyovich?
Yes. He's pacing around back there behind mat 6 where Rhodes is wrestling right now. Minute to go now, second period. Shot, Rhodes missed on the down block attempt. Gets back out front, trying to hip in, see if he can circle back around, but Sign does a good job continuing to suck that leg in and gets around and covers for the 3. Makes it 7-5 now. Rhodes has the lead. Rhodes trying to build that base up right on the edge of the mat. Up to his feet, but they slide out. 21 seconds remains. Well, you gave a free point at the end of the first, Mark. Try to get one back right here. Hustle and get your escape. Signs goes into that claw ride.
He's trying to get up to his feet, trying to get hand control. Now he's up to his feet. Can he get hand control? Had it and then lost it. Gets picked up and put back down, spiked. It's a good return by Signs.
It'll be 7-5 as we go to the third.
We're down, right? No.
Now Signs' choice, so he'll start down.
can't tell what the riding time is. Obviously, we lost some.
Uh, 21 seconds. So he'd have to ride him for 40 seconds to get that point up there. Signs to his feet, sags the hips, hand control. Gets away, 7-6 now. Jace Rhodes with the lead. Missouri versus Missouri on mat number 4. Oolles against Hilton. There's an attempt by Signs, reshot there by Rhodes. Looked like he was trying to set up a whip over, but they go to the edge of the mat, out of bounds. 1:12 on the clock. Rhodes hanging on to a 1-point lead. Shot by Signs, head to the outside. Rhodes trying to hip into him. Almost gets him flattened down there, but Signs continuing to keep that pressure coming. Now gets him draped up over, trying to sit back into him.
Jagger Hawkeyes of Minnesota. Antonio Avila of Wyoming. 140.
Rhodes in danger of neutral danger, but there he's able to break the grip as Signs tried to adjust to the other leg. 30 seconds left. They're right on the edge of the mat. Signs trying to pop that leg free. Rhodes is hanging on for dear life right now.
Oh my gosh, it looks like he's taken down there almost. Oh my gosh, he is.
7 seconds left.
Wow. Wrestling not to lose.
Yep.
Wrestling not to lose, Steven.
So he will be knocked out of the tournament, losing by a score of 9-7. Dodge Street Tire and Auto, locally owned and operated, voted best of the area for a dozen straight years, proudly supports Iowa wrestling. Trust Dodge Street Tire for honest auto repair and the best deals on Goodyear and Toyo tires. Dodge Street Tire and Auto, celebrating over 30 good years on the corner of Dodge and Church Streets in Iowa City.
And on mat number 6 at 149 pounds, Wyatt DuChateau.
Well, across the mats, John Alden of Wyoming just coming out to take on Logan Swinson of South Dakota State. Garrett Rankin of UNI trying to finish a tech fall. He's up 16-4, 17-4 with the riding time. He's taking on Shea Corhorn of Bellarmine. Dawson Johnson of Minnesota leads Jace Roller of Missouri, 7-2. Hilton of Missouri leads Oolles of Missouri, 2-1. Jagger Hawkeyes of Minnesota and Antonio Avila of Wyoming. No score in the first period. And just getting started down on mat number 6, Rhett Koenig of Minnesota taking on Wyatt DuChateau, also of Minnesota.
Minnesota's got a lot of guys here. Is Kemmerer here? I haven't seen Kemmerer.
I have not seen Kemmerer. But there again, I think they've got a duel somewhere, so he might have been traveling with the...
I don't know. You got Brandon Becker. You got...
I guess Sanders was here.
Zach Sanders here, and you also have Troy Steiner here. So that's 3 coaches here. Unless Eggeman, I mean, basically the only lead is Eggeman Kemmerer as far as I know.
Yeah. Well, as we await Cale Voyovich on deck on mat number 6, let's step out for a timeout. We will be back with more of the 2026 Soldier Salute right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists. Shop the sales and get fuel savers. Talk about convenience. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
Hello, Iowa. Here's a promise. Wherever you are in this great state, University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you, even if you never walk through our doors. Educating, caring, leading research, sharing our expertise with all. Because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Celebrate the legendary Donnie Baker with a night of non-stop laughs at the Donnie Baker Ron Sexton Memorial Tour, coming to Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. On Friday, January 30th, hear fellow Bob and Tom Show comedians Bob Zaney, Greg Hahn, and Kostaki Economopoulos share outrageous stories and never-before-heard moments from the road. Purchase your tickets for this heartfelt and hilarious tribute now at riversidecasinoandresort.com or stop at our gift shop. It's going to be a night of laughs you won't forget.
Welcome back to the Soldier Salute. Stream Arena in Coralville. Working through consolation round matchups. Let's see here. Joey Cruz got a win, and he will take on Graf of South Dakota State next. Logan Graf. That will be around the same time that the quarterfinals get underway.
When's the semis? Tonight or tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow morning. As far as I know, quarterfinalists will just wrestle quarterfinals tonight. And then they'll wrestle everything up to first, third, and fifth tomorrow morning.
Are they going to do those bonus matches this year? Do you have any idea?
I believe they're talking about it. So guys that lose here, so like Jace Rhodes, could potentially get a couple more matches. Which it seems like a lot of the coaches, that's one of the things that they have always liked, is it makes it a little bit more worth their while that you don't necessarily have a guy that comes in and loses twice and he's done. He may get 2 or 3 more matches just to make it worth coming for the weekend and get some actual competition in.
Oh, look at this. Going for Penny here. Ah, he's not scooping the head.
Got the takedown out of it, but
should have had more.
And that is right down here on mat number 2. Dyson Dunham of VMI extends his lead over Travis Long of Bellarmine. Mat number 1, second period coming to an end. Alden of Wyoming, a 1-0 lead over Swenson of South Dakota State. Mat number 3, Hill of Wyoming, leading 4-1 now in the second period over Evans of Navy. Mat number 4, Connor Thorpe of Northern Iowa has a 3-0 lead over Tyson Peach of South Dakota State. Lane Snyder of Tarleton State just getting out onto the mat to take on Ray Samil of VMI, the Virginia Military Institute. And on mat number 6, Rhett Koenig of Minnesota leading teammate Wyatt Duchateau by a score of 4-2. That's in the third period. That is where Cale Voyovich waits on deck. The 988 Lifeline, compassionate help anytime, anywhere. Call or text 988. .40 seconds left down there on mat 6 before Voyovich comes out. Jessica just pointed out, is that Thomas Gilman over there talking to Schamberger in the front row, right behind the head table?
Yeah, it is. Wonder what he's doing here.
Is he still training out at Penn State?
As far as I know, but he can't be in the room because he got busted for illegal performance-enhancing stuff. Shocker, you go to Penn State and that's what happens. Funny how that works, huh?
Yeah.
So he can't be in the room and train at all. I think he's done, to be honest with you. But I don't know what he would be doing in Iowa City or here watching this tournament.
Salute merchandise options include the event T-shirt, sweatshirts, quarter zip, ball caps, and stocking caps.
Match gets done down on mat number 6. So that'll bring out Cale Voyovich taking on Zatavius Williams of North Dakota State. Williams, if I'm reading what I printed off, was listed in the 141 bracket and then magically this morning was up to 149. So I'm wondering if he did not make weight or decided to bump up a weight class. Either way, he might be a little undersized.
Who's that, Williams?
Yeah.
What Williams?
The one that Voyovich is getting ready to wrestle down on 6.
I thought you were talking about Landon.
No.
Did you catch that?
I did.
I didn't know if you knew I was
getting ready to say, I don't think Wartburg's here, but I knew what you were saying.
Charlie Gesford of Bellarmine,